Hello, Maria the Scorpio. I know who you are. Put me on the list. Country is here. You guys let me know if you can hear me in the. Let me know if you can hear me. I think it sounds kind of quiet. All right, can you guys hear me in the chat? Let me know, and then we can get going here. I'm using a new microphone, so I don't know. Okay. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Let me know, and then we can get going. All right, all right. So it does sound like you guys can hear. Awesome. Okay, perfect. It's good to see all you guys. I'm hands-free. I don't know what to do with myself without a microphone stuck in my face. I've got one of these fancy little new things here. Gonna wait just another moment here for some folks to hop on. While people are jumping in, I guess I'll explain kind of the format tonight. I'm not going to be on for too long, which I say every time. I say that every time. I'm not going to be on for too long, but tonight for sure. Actually, I'm just taking a break between writing. I can't believe that you are over. Eventually, Maria, you would have gotten over. We all get over people in our past, right? I know it can feel impossible sometimes. Gina, it's good to see you. I'm doing well. So I took a break from writing. I'm working on my third book. I would think I know what the name of the book is, and I just had a brain fart. The third book that I'm writing. So hold on. Maybe this will help me. Let me grab these two. So I've written two so far. And my third book is Confessions of Eden, A Mystic's Guide to the Meaning of Life is the name of the third book that I am currently working on. It's very different than these two. This is my first book, which I will be revising in the near future because I've learned a lot since writing this guy. So I'm going to be updating this in the near future at some point. And then just finished my second book at the tail end of last year. So these two books they're more like self-help, transformation, self-development. You know, this is all about love and relationships, and this is all about you finding what your purpose is in life, basically. Now, this third book that I've been writing is very different. It's not a self-help book. It's more you just read it. Right? It's not self-help per se. It's meant to more make you think about what your perception of reality is. So I've been working on that, and I decided I need to take a quick break. And when I was thinking about, I don't know, just sometimes this happens, you know, you're doing one thing and then you're led to start doing something else. And I had kind of a, I don't know, a flood of information kind of come through me. And I felt like the more that I was leaning into it, I felt like it was something that I needed to come out here and share with all of you. So that's why I'm here. And then, of course, I'm like, well, you know, if I'm there, obviously I'll do some readings too. So, but I won't be for too long. So I might have like 1 or 2 hours here. Probably, I don't know, probably 2 hours tops. So with that being said, what I want to talk to you guys about tonight is love, truth, and trauma. Something we can all relate to. And I put that in the go ahead and just type that in the, nope, if I can spell it right. Love, truth, and trauma is what I'm going to be talking to you guys about for a second. Because every single one of us is going to go through this. Every single one of us is going to be challenged with this in our lives in some way, shape, or form. Now, some of us maybe more than others, depending on how you look at it, I guess. Obviously, it's not a contest. It's not a competition when you're dealing with trauma. It's like we're all here. We all experience our own losses, betrayals, and difficulties and challenges. We all have our own life and our own shit. And there's no contest here. What matters more than anything is who we become as a result of what we experience. Or what I like to call being a powerful person versus being a powerless person. Because most people, in my experience, and I used to be one of them, and I'm still like, you know, I'm still working through my development of this process. So I'm not saying that I've arrived by any shape or means. I'm very imperfect in this. I'm still learning, I'm still growing, and all the things. But where I am in my understanding of this is that we never benefit when we choose powerlessness, when we choose trauma over truth. And unfortunately, that is the lens that most people are living through in this day and age. Most people are living out of fear. Most people are living out of their egos. Most people are living out of what's happened to them. And, you know, we're all shaped by our experiences, our trauma. Like that's inevitable. You can't not be shaped by whatever's happened to you, whether it's shit that happened to you when you were a kid, whether it's things that happened to you later in life, like whatever happened to you. I mean, every single one of us, if you're a living, breathing human being, then you've had pain, you've experienced suffering, you've experienced letdowns, disappointments, frustrations. You know, you've had your fantasy bubble burst, like you've had things not go your way, or your perception of what you thought reality was, reality came and showed you that's not how reality works, right? We've all experienced the brutality of reality. And so that is what I consider the realm of truth. Truth is truth regardless, no matter how you slice it, no matter how you dice it. Truth is always truth. Like gravity is truth, for example. We can't argue gravity. Gravity affects all of us. It's an inarguable truth. Gravity is here. Now, gravity in and of itself is neither good nor bad. It just is, right? Gravity just is. It's neither good nor bad. But we're all affected by it. So that is a form of truth, right? So truth is something that just is what it is, whether we like it or not. Now, there's two types of truth. There's objective truth and there's subjective truth. Objective truth is, again, things that we can't argue with, like gravity. Gravity is an objective truth. Nobody can argue with it unless you're insane or crazy or something. Like gravity is here. Every one of us experiences it. A subjective truth is something different. A subjective truth is an opinion. It's a difference of thinking, a perspective, right? Like people who get into politics and arguing over, that kind of shit. It's like, well, I think that this is how the world should be. And then somebody else is like, no, I think this is how the world should be. And then somebody else has a different perspective about how they think the world should be. That's a subjective truth, meaning it's subjective to your opinions, to your experiences, and all these different things. So what ends up happening for most people is when truth and trauma collide, right? We're talking about love, truth, and trauma. But when truth and trauma collide, then we get a distortion of what our experience of love is. So love ends up caught between this crossfire between trauma and truth. And so our perception of what we think love is, or what we think love should be, is colored by this distortion of trauma and truth. Now, truth obviously trumps trauma. But unfortunately, we as the human beings, we as the ones that are experiencing the trauma and the truth, we have this thing called a mind, and we have this thing called free will. And our brain and our ego creates narratives to attach meaning to the experiences that we're having. And so, unfortunately, our brain, our ego, is designed to protect us at all costs. And so what inevitably ends up happening for most people is our brain ends up sabotaging and distorting a reality of the things that we're actually desiring to experience. Because, most people would tell you they want one thing. It's like, I want love, and I want, to be happy. I want to find this person, and I want to be, I want to have security and abundance and loyalty and all these things. But then when they get into a relationship where those things are present, the very things that they said that they wanted, they get those things, they're not happy. They don't respond well to it. A lot of people actually get triggered by it. For some people, things like stability, peace, security, safety, love, like true love, compassion, understanding, patience, nurture, somebody who's very nurturing. Those things can be very triggering to certain people. So even though they can say logically they know that's what I should want, and that's what a part of me, I do want those things, when I actually experience those things, I have a different reaction to it. My nervous system has a different reaction to it. because it's not logical. You can logically want something all day long, right? Logically, you can sit here and think, okay, this is what should be healthy. Like logically, we're all out here, most of us have common sense. Most of us know what a healthy relationship is versus an unhealthy relationship is. Like most of us can spot that. Most of us have a baseline common sense. Nicolette is in the chat. Good to see you. Most of us have a baseline understanding of common sense of what healthy is. But just because you can spot it and just because you can recognize it logically doesn't mean that your nervous system is going to be on board with it, right? And so this is where things become very, very distorted, going back to trauma and truth. So there's two different groups here. There is the and I'm making it a little bit black and white because I have to for the sake of this, to kind of like not spend all night talking about this, but I'm going to use extremes in my metaphors tonight. So just understand that I'm speaking in extremes here. I understand that human beings and relationships were far more complex. It's not black and white. It's not one size fits all. Every single person, every single relationship is a unique, very detailed, specific experience. So, so I'm explaining something using, I'm exaggerating. So for this, to simplify, to simplify all this, there's two groups of people. There is the mass majority of people, unfortunately, who are unconscious, they're unaware because no one teaches us this stuff, and we're left, we're left to learn it ourselves. That's the collective thinking. The collective model is you're just like everyone. You're born into this world, and then you're given the tools that your parents gave you, whatever tools those are, whatever references, whatever role models you had, and then you start having experiences as you grow up and go through life, whatever your personal experiences are. And then based on your personal experiences, your personal values, and how you operate and how you function and the choices that you make in your life, and the value system that's created based on those decisions, that's all the, essentially, that's all the knowledge that you have. The university, the school of life, is what just your experience is. That's what happens with most people. Most people end up in that camp. And so most people don't know what they don't know because the institutions, didn't teach us this stuff. We were taught, like other bullshit that has nothing to do with relationships, human behavior, psychology, understanding ourselves, understanding patterns, understanding trauma, or anything else. Like, we weren't taught that stuff. We were taught all these other unimportant skills. We were taught how to be, to live in a capitalist society where you're meant to go work for somebody else, and basically be a tax ID number. But I'm not going to get into all of that. So that's the first group of people. The second group of people are the fringe people, those who are on the fringe, the very few people who have an experience. You used to be one of the people inside of the collective, but then you had an experience that woke you up. Something happened to you, and you had an awakening of sorts. And then you realized, okay, like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so I'm not going to do that anymore. And so for whatever reason, whatever happened in your life, whatever your story is, something happened, you had a tower moment, something triggered, something changed, and you decided that you were going to take your life into your own hands. And so you started learning, you started reading, you started growing, whatever you did to separate you from the vast majority of people that are still asleep, doing the same things, thinking the same way, and then turning to sources outside of themselves to validate their experiences, because that's what the first group of people will do. And what do I mean by that? Is the minute that you start having a problem in your life, somebody hurts you, somebody breaks up with you, you have a negative experience, something that you don't like, the very first thing that you do is you will find a group of people that have had similar experiences, whether they're friends, family, coworkers, doesn't matter. Because there's going to be enough of them out there, because it's the group, it's the collective group of people. It's the majority. The majority of people think this way. So it's not going to be very hard to find other people who think the same way that you do. And so you're going to go out and you're going to seek validation from sources that have had similar experiences that you've had, that are in the same powerless place that you are in. And this is, and herein lies the overall trap. That, in other words, the collective pattern of powerlessness that humanity exists in, because we're all basically, we have an experience that makes us feel like we don't have any control or any power over it. We feel helpless, we feel victimized, we feel whatever. And so then we, in our powerlessness and our hurt and our pain, our betrayal and our suffering, we turn to other people for a validation and approval, because we, well, I don't know what to do with this pain. I don't know what to do in this situation. It's out of my control. My marriage is failing. I'm going through a divorce. This person just cheated on me. I'm going through a breakup. Me and my person are fighting. Whatever the situation is between you and some other person that you love, right? Because that's what we're talking about tonight. Love, truth, and trauma. So tonight we're talking about relationships. So, you're having this issue in your relationship, your romantic relationship with your partner, and it's not going the way that you want it to go. Something's happening, or something did happen. And so now you have a narrative and you have a story and a meaning that you've attached to why things have happened the way that they've happened. And it's based on your perspective, your experience, because that's the only experience that you have. Now, most people aren't thinking about the other person. Most people aren't putting themselves in the other person's shoes and going, well, wait a minute, time out. What's their perspective? How do they feel? Most people aren't putting themselves in the other person's shoes. They're only thinking about themselves. They're thinking about their pain, right? And I like to use the analogy of, if two people have their hands inside of a door and the door slams on both of their hands at the same time, so we'll say your hands and then your partner's hands or whoever, the door slams on both of your hands at the same time, whose pain are you going to be focused on? So the door slams on your hands and your fingers, the door slams on their hands and their fingers. Whose pain are you going to be focused on? Right? So if you're in this group too, and you've decided to take your own personal growth and your own personal development into your hands, then you're one step ahead of the core group, because the people that are in the core group, they're not going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to continue the same pattern that everybody in that group continues, is seeking validation from other people who are doing the same powerless things that they're doing. And that's why they keep going around in circles and circles. Like, you can't seek validation and approval or advice, or, it feels good in the moment, sure, because you're hurting. You've gone through an experience and you're hurting. And so now you want somebody to affirm your hurt, your pain. You want to feel good in a moment of pain. And so you're willing to accept comfort from just about any source at that point, right? Maybe not any source, but you get my point. But here's the problem. When you open yourself up to influence other outside sources of influence where you're giving your power away to people who are also in the same level of powerlessness that you are, this is what we call the blind leading the blind. So now you're stuck in this cycle where, okay, so trauma versus truth. Well, it's not truth anymore because now trauma prevails. And if trauma is prevailing over truth, then you have a trauma distorted lens of what love is. And so what we need to do, what we should all desire to do, is we should all be seeking what true love is. What is love actually? Not what our perception of love is. And so I'm going to give you guys my I'm going to give you my thoughts, and these are just my thoughts. And obviously this is my channel, and I'm the one with the microphone. So unless you type your thoughts into the chat, you have to tolerate my thoughts and my opinions. So you guys are obviously I invite you, let me put it to you guys this way. I invite you to disagree wherever you feel led to disagree. I'm not here to change any of your guys' mind. So this is just my opinion, and solely my opinion, based on my experiences of love, trauma, and truth. And I know that you guys might like, well, where are you going with this? But I promise you, if you stick with me, there's a message here for all of you, myself included, because I don't usually, I don't just stop what I'm doing and then just come out here unplanned out of nowhere, unless it's something that's very important. And I know that this is a vulnerable topic because we've all dealt with it. We're all dealing with it. And if you're not dealing with it now, you're going to deal with it at some point. Because to be human is to be in connection. To be human is to share. To be human is to seek relationship. And most of us, whether we're admitting it out loud or not, we want relationship. We want love. We want intimacy. We want connection. We want to feel good enough. We want to feel accepted. We want to feel safe, seen, heard, understood. We want to feel celebrated. We want to just feel like we can be who we are without having to jump through hoops, without having to play games, without having to, do all this bullshit, play all these fucking games that, most people are out playing today. And then you have all this noise, this external noise, like men versus women, and like collectively women are being told that this is what they should do and what they shouldn't do. And this is apart from men, like who you ladies are being told you're supposed to be. Like, I'm a dude, like I got a penis, man. Like I'm not one of you ladies. I don't live in your world. But as an observer, as an observer of your world, and someone who's fascinated and in awe of all of you, and what the differences of what you are, and the more that I learn about you all, the more fascinated I become, and the more respect and honor and value I have for what you are, what you go through, and the difference of the experiences of the challenges that you've had. And I don't say that lightly. I say it with emotion. So who you are fundamentally is under attack already. On an identity level, who it is that you think you're supposed to be as a woman is fundamentally under attack already. So you're already dealing with the confusion of, well, who the hell am I supposed to be in 2026 as this thing called a woman? And that's been changing. That's changed since the 1800s, and then the early 1900s, and then the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and all the fucking generations, right? And every generation up until the modern generation, there's been a structure, there's been a blueprint, there's been something where that generation of women had, like, this is who you are, and then the next generation came in and started to try to create something new, and then so forth, so on and so forth. So you have all that going on, but then you bring in the modern day confusion of, like, okay, well, so I'm trying to figure out who the hell I'm supposed to be as a woman, and now I have to figure out, like, what the opposite sex is now. So now you're, like, having to figure out what the hell's going on with these other things out here called men, that I would like to have a connection with, that I'm assuming you ladies out there, most people who come to this channel are females, obviously, which I love. It's just the reality. It's just the nature of how this is. And so, you guys are out there trying to figure out, like, okay, what do I do with these things, these other creatures that are hairy and they're assholes and they have penises, and I can't figure them out. But yet, no matter how many experiences I have with them, whether they're good, they're bad, they're terrible, whatever, eventually some amount of time goes by. And I'm not saying all, I'm not saying all, because some women obviously prefer women over men. But I'm talking about the women who actually prefer men for a second. So I'm speaking to that category, just to be clear. Because I feel like, obviously, it doesn't matter if you're a woman, you've had an experience with a man, and you will have an experience with a man, since half the fucking population on this world is a man. It's inevitable you're going to have to deal with a penis at some point in your life, either literally or metaphorically. If you're a woman, you're going to be dealing with one of these fucking things. And so, how do you figure that out? You've had these terrible experiences. A lot of you have. A lot of you have had terrible experiences with the opposite sex, whether you're man or female. Like, I'm a dude, and I've had terrible experiences with women. And that could go one of two ways with me. I could allow the trauma of what I've experienced from women to color the truth, or I have to decide what the truth is to prevail over my trauma. There's a conscious difference here. And this is where this is kind of like the moral of the point of what I'm trying to share with you all tonight here. But I'm doing a terrible job because I didn't practice. What am I saying here? I didn't prepare. I knew it was a P word, and it wasn't penis, and it wasn't the other word. I didn't prepare. I just got the download for it, and I was like, all right, just hit record and just go. And so it's just fly by the seat of my pants, basically, which is challenging for me. But I decided, what the hell, I'm going to do it. So here I am, challenging myself, not preparing, not overthinking it. So you're getting my processes in real time. But the point is this. It takes a conscious person to choose what your reality is going to be. It's the magician card. Every single one of us has this ability. The question is, will you take responsibility for your sovereignty? there's three types of love. And I think it's Greek, if I'm remembering correctly. There's three words. It might not be three types, but 3 words, 3 types, same thing. So you have eros, which is erotic. It's like the temptation, the passion, the desire, you know, when you have a connection with somebody and it's chemistry and it's more lust. It's not depth. It's just chemistry. You know, you meet this person, there's sparks, there's chemistry, there's desire, there's passion. That's what eros is. That's where we get the word erotic from, or erotica. And then you have the second, which is phileo, which is friendly, right? It's like just being friendly with somebody, like your coworkers, your parents, your friends, your dog. You know, you have a friendly relationship. You care about this person or this creature, this animal, whatever, but it's not deep. But then you have what's called agape, which is the third, and that's unconditional. It's spiritual love. And most of us have confused connection versus true love. So most of us, we want agape love, we want unconditional love, without understanding what that requires on our part. And this is the part that it's probably going to be, I don't know, it's probably going to piss a lot of you guys off. I'm just going to be honest with you, because it's very triggering. And the reason that it's triggering is because with great love comes great accountability. With true love comes true responsibility. And see, most of us, we want love. We want true love. We want unconditional love. We want unconditional acceptance without the level of responsibility and personal accountability that it takes to have it. Because we weren't taught. We weren't taught that that's what true love requires. Because you can just want, it's like you can want to have $1 million. You can want to be a millionaire and a billionaire. You can want to have the perfect body. You can want to have whatever the fuck you want. Wanting something doesn't mean shit. You can want stuff all day long. I mean, you guys want things right now. I want things right now. We all want things, right? But simply having a desire to want something doesn't mean that you're going to get it, nor does it mean that you should have it, nor does it mean that you should even deserve to have it, right? And again, this is a different type of thinking, but if you were to stop and ask yourself, why do I deserve, or why do I think that I deserve to have the thing that I want? What would the answer be? And again, I'm not saying that you do or you don't. I'm just saying, what would happen if you asked yourself that question? Why do I think I deserve to have the thing that I think that I want? Right? And so that would have, obviously, that question would open up new ways of thinking, new opportunities. And so, but this is what happens. My point is, what happens in relationships mostly is we go into a relationship, we enter the realm of love, connection, love, relationships with an expectation. And the expectation is your perception of the experience that you think that you want to have. It's your projection of the experience that you want to have going into this connection with this other human being. Now understand that this other human being doesn't have your lens, your perception, your perspective, your life, your trauma, and they're not you. They know nothing about you until they learn you. They've not lived in your shoes. They don't have your brain. They're not thinking like you. They're not you on any level. They're something totally different than you. And they're over there, and so they're agreeing to have this connection with you. Right? If you end up with in a connection with a person, there's an agreement. This person likes you, you like them, and so you come together and you start relating. You start building a connection with each other. And then eventually, what's going to end up happening is you're going to encounter the areas between each other where there are things that are you have in alignment with each other, things that are similar, and then inevitably you're going to find the areas where you have things not so in common. The areas of conflict, the areas of differences, the collision. And then underneath all of that, the bigger pattern is your blueprint of what it is that you think love actually is. And this is where most people don't ever go deep enough within themselves and explore what their actual blueprint for love is. They don't even know. They don't know. Most people don't know what they're bringing to the table for the other person. Like, what is my belief about what it is that actually love is? Right? Is my belief of love based on truth, or is my blueprint for love based on trauma? And see, this is what I mean when I say it takes radical responsibility and radical accountability, because most people feel too inadequate, too insecure, too broken, too hurt, too wounded, too this, too that, to embrace the truth of whatever it is about their belief, because they're afraid that if they come out and they tell the truth, then they're going to expose all those insecurities. It's basically like you essentially coming out of the closet and admitting to the world, yeah, I'm not good enough. I don't believe in myself. I think I'm ugly. I think I'm stupid. I think I'm fat. No one loves me. I'm not lovable. I'm broken. I couldn't possibly, deserve love. We all have these fears and these lies and this bullshit and this trauma that we've all gone through, and we want to hide it because that's the human thing to do. The nature of humanity is to hide the things that are ugly, the things that would make us feel unworthy, unlovable, or rejected. Nobody's going to come out in their rational fucking mind and go, okay, here's everything wrong with me. Like if you get on a dating site, for example, I'm just using it because, dating sites are like, this is just a great example. Even if it's not a dating site, it's social media. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a dating site. It could just be social media. Like, people don't post their shit. People don't go on social media or a dating site and put all their bullshit out there for you to see. They put their best foot forward, their best impression, right? It's like you're not going to wake up and you're like, I've got the flu, I'm on my period, I feel fat, I feel bloated, I feel ugly, I got zits, I got morning breath, and my hair's all fucked up, and you look like a grave zombie. You look terrible. And then you're like, hey, you know what? This is great. This is a perfect moment for a selfie. And you take a fucking picture of yourself looking like shit, and you feel like shit, and then you go post it out there to the world, and then underneath, this terrible picture of you look like death. And then you write some long dissertation about, all the things that are really going on inside of you, your thought process. Like, yeah, I woke up today feeling like I really wish I could find someone that would love me, but the last time that I tried that, this is what happened. And that didn't go very well for me. So now I'm over here wondering, well, I don't know if I mean, part of me wants love. I mean, I do want love, but, but then I have to like step back because I'm like, well, the last time that I tried it didn't go well for me, and these are all the reasons why. But then I'm confused because I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it was me. I don't know if it was them, but I don't know. I can kind of see their side though. Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough though, because then if I have to acknowledge their side, that means that I did something wrong. That if that means that if I did something wrong, I'm gonna have to take accountability for that. And that feels really shitty because that means I might be responsible for the reason why maybe that situation didn't work out. And that doesn't feel very good for me, because then I'm like, oh man, see, I am a failure. I am a fuck up. And I did do something wrong. And so now I don't know, because maybe it's easier for me to just not want love at all and to not have to deal with this shit. That's it. I'll just be single and I'll just get cats and I'll just get a dog. Oh, wait, I've already done that. I'm getting older and I've got the cats. I had the dogs. I had the kids. I had the divorces. I had the breakups. And God damn it, I still fucking want this thing called love. It's still there. It hasn't gone away. I still want it. It haunts me. This thing inside of me that the divine put in every single one of us, a desire for connection, for love, and for relationship. We can't escape it. It's there, haunting every single one of us. And then we have to sit with the reality of, what am I going to do? What am I going to choose? Because ultimately, that's all that there is. All that there is the reality that you choose. Because you are the God of your own reality. You are the magician. And it will be done for you according to your beliefs, as Jesus said in the Bible, which I always thought was profound. There were these miracles that happened that Jesus had nothing to do with. He got the credit for the miracle, but he didn't do the miracle. One of my favorite stories in the Bible is about this woman who had a hemorrhage. She was bleeding. She was like internally bleeding, and she had this issue her whole life. In the story, she had spent all of her money throughout her life. She spent all of her money going to doctors and trying to figure out, how to cure this problem that she had. And she just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And obviously now she's broke. And so she hears, this is very important, and I'm not saying this to be religious, I'm just using this story. She hears, like rumors about this man, this guy who's doing all these miracles. And then she has a placebo effect moment where she decides, she creates a belief, the placebo effect. She creates a belief so powerful, so strong. And what was the belief? The belief is, if I can get close enough to touch this man, if I can get close enough to this magical, mystical man who's healing all these people and creating all these miracles, if I can just get close enough to touch him, I will be cured from my ailment. So the story goes, so Jesus is going through, and he's getting like bombarded because he's a rock star and he's super famous, and he's got all these people crowding around him, and because they all want his help. And so here's this woman who is all fucked up with her problems and shit. And so she finds her way through the crowd. She gets close enough to him and she touches him and she's healed, just like she believed. And the story says that Jesus felt this miraculous power leave him, and he stopped and he was looking around and he said, "Who touched me?" And obviously his followers around him were like, "What do you mean, who touched you? Everybody's touching you. There's like hundreds of people here who are touching you." He's like, no. Somebody touched me with their belief. I'm going to say that again. Somebody touched me with their belief. And the woman was obviously close enough to hear him talking because she was the one who touched him. She was close enough to touch him, so she heard what he was saying, and she decided to come forward. She fessed up, and she said, "It was me. I did it. I touched you. And Jesus' response to this woman is fascinating to me. Your belief has made you whole. It wasn't Jesus. He didn't do anything. It wasn't anything that he did to heal that woman. It was her belief that made her whole. Now, what does that have to do with love, trauma, and truth? It has everything to do with it. Because it's about your belief. Your belief is shaped on one of two things: trauma or truth. And when your belief is married to your trauma, you're never going to get to the truth. You're only going to have more trauma. So how do you know if you're living in trauma, or how do you know if you're living in truth? Well, it's very easy. You just have to look at your life story. And if the pattern of your life is trauma, 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 well, now you know that your definition of love has been colored by trauma, not truth. That's how you'll know. And then the opposite would be true. So if obviously you haven't had any trauma and you've got all this shit figured out, then you're probably not sitting here in a tarot reading. You're probably not listening to this right now. So obviously I'm speaking to one group of people tonight, if you haven't figured it out yet. I'm speaking to all of us out here in tarot land who've experienced trauma that has colored or distorted our perception of what love is, the truth of what love is. And yet we're all out here and we want love. We want love, but we haven't experienced it. We're not experiencing it. We're not getting the results that we want because it's not because of love, it's because of trauma. Love has nothing to do with it. We're in a relationship with trauma. And until we deal with trauma, we can't even get to love because we have to go through truth to get to love. That's how this works. We're at trauma. We have to progress to the truth. And then once we pass through the realm of truth, then we get access to this thing called love. Because love and connection are two different things. Most of us are going through life right now settling for connection. What's the difference between connection and love? Love is a gift. It's unconditional, period. Just like when you give a gift to somebody, you give a gift. There's no expectations, there's no strings attached, you just give it. And that person, they can take it, they can reject it, and if they do take it, they can do whatever they want with it. You don't care, it was a gift. It's like, hey, I gave you the, whatever. I gave you a birthday card, a birthday present, or whatever. You gave someone a gift. You don't care what they do with it. It was a gift. You were happy to do it. You wanted to do it. That's why you gifted it to them. Love is a gift. True love is a gift. It's unconditional. There's no strings attached. But because of trauma, most of us are in connections where there are contracts, meaning there are strings attached, there are expectations. It's very much about paying attention to what's being given, what's not being given, who's doing what, and all these things. That's a trauma response. It's paying attention to what's happening because, we're evaluating the process of the relationship based on our safety and our security and our comfort. But that's not what love is. That's not what love is. Love is not you judging your safety and your security because you're focused on yourself. Love requires us to get beyond ourselves. Love requires us to love ourselves. And if you're going to love yourself, then you have to heal your shit. Love requires us to take accountability and take responsibility. Because that's what true love requires. True love requires somebody who is self-secure, who is sovereign, who can be accountable for their actions, good or bad. And guess what? Here's the bad news for all of us. Every single one of us is fucked up. Every single one of us. You, me, every single one of us. We're all fucked up. We're all flawed. We all have our issues. There's not a single one of us that's without flaws. And we're all potentially in the process of growing. Ideally, we'd be in the process of learning and growing and becoming a better version of ourselves, and not using our flaws as an excuse to remain as a lower standard of some lower quality version of ourselves. Like, well, but this happened to me, that happened to me, this and this, like, yeah, you're right, that did happen to you. And I'm not saying this to sound like an asshole or to sound insincere, because I know you guys have been through things, I've been through things. But there comes a point in time where you have to decide, because every day that goes by is a day that you're not getting back. That's a fact. You're one day closer to dying. That's a fact. You, me, we're all one day closer to dying, and certainty is an illusion. We're not guaranteed that the world will be here tomorrow. There could be nuclear warfare tomorrow. Like, the whole world could fucking blow up tomorrow. You could die tomorrow. You get hit by a car tomorrow. Your heart could stop tomorrow. Just you've lived this long is by the grace of God. And so, and if there's people around you that you love and you care about, family members, children, whatever, it's by the grace of God that they're still alive today. And so every day that goes by is a moment we should be grateful for what we have, but also understanding that's a day less that we have, which is why we should be more grateful. But most people are wasting their two most valuable resources, their time and energy that you're not going to get back, focusing on their powerlessness, focusing on what they can't change, focusing on what's not going to be different, focusing on why it won't work, focusing on the problems, and focusing on their anxieties, and focusing on their powerlessness, instead of focusing on what they could do to just start making any type of shift. Because you can't have love in that realm. I wish you could. I really do. I wish you could have love in the realm of powerlessness, victimhood, entitlement, selfishness. I don't have to do anything. I can stay inside of my comfort zone. I can play it safe my whole life. I can guard my heart. I can push people away. I can build walls. All these things that we do that are just protection mechanisms. It's like, it's an irony. It's a paradox. Like, and we're just not being honest with ourselves. Most of us, if we were honest with ourselves, we'd have to tell on ourselves. And that's the most honest thing you can do, is look in the mirror and fucking tell on yourself. Tell the truth. Trauma, truth, love. You're in trauma. You have to get to the truth if you want love, because love is on the other side of truth. You cannot have love if you're not willing to embrace truth. Love is different than connection. You can have connection. You can barter with another fucked up person. You can have a trauma bond with another person. That's what most people are doing. And then most people are looking at other people who are in trauma bonds and thinking, oh, look, they're so happy. Why? Because they're married? Because they share the last name? Because they put, these happy, professionally photographed pictures of them and their children out at the Easter, like, oh, look at us, it's Easter, and look at our perfect little family here. It's like, it's a trauma bond. It's just, we're delusional, because we look at these pictures of people who act like they're fucking happy, and we have no clue of reality, what's going on behind the scenes, when what's really real is more like the dude, that CEO guy, like last year, who went to the Coldplay, the big viral thing, the Coldplay concert CEO guy. He was banging his assistant. They're both married. CEO, he's got like a smoking hot wife and a family and children, and he's making bajillions of dollars. and he's out at a Coldplay concert, and he just karma busts his ass, and he's out there hanging out with his assistant that he's been banging. Like, and I think she's married too, if I remember correctly. But if we were just looking at the CEO, and if he had never got caught, that none of that had ever come out, we would be looking at his page, and we'd be looking at him and his wife and his kids, and be like, oh man, he's got it all. It's perfect. It's like, no, he's in a fucking trauma bond. He's in an unhappy trauma bond with his wife, which is why he's seeking connection and satisfaction outside of his marriage, because he's not getting it in his marriage. And I guarantee you, if we went and we talked to his wife, she would be telling her side of how miserable she is in a marriage with him. And so we hear about how he's miserable, and we hear about how she's miserable. And it's like couples counseling, couples therapy 101. Divorce court 101. His side versus her side, and all the anger, all the fighting, all the bickering, and all the trauma. Because that's what a trauma bond is. A trauma bond always starts off with spark, passion, connection, intensity. And then the minute that those two things come together, the enmeshment occurs, then the trauma unfolds. Because that's how trauma is. Trauma is explosive in both realms. It's explosive when it comes together. That's the passion, that's the euphoria, that's the excitement. And then it's explosive when it blows up, when it ends. That's what trauma is. And most people are in trauma bond relationships, and they're not telling on themselves. They're not getting to the truth. Because most people don't have the courage to tell on themselves, to embrace the truth. Because they think that if they embrace the truth and they tell on themselves about the things that they're not taking accountability and responsibility for, then they're admitting to their worst fears, which is the fear that, what if I am unlovable? What if I am too fucked up? What if I am not good enough? What if I am all of the lies of whatever those things are? But that's not true either. Those are just programs. Those are just minds. Those are just stories you're telling yourself. And you know that it feels real, because when you feel something inside of your nervous system and it has such a powerful effect on you, it's hard to it's hard to convince yourself that that's not what's real, because you're having an experience. Your whole body's reacting. Your nervous system is reacting. You're flooded with chemicals. You're having a reaction to something. And when you're having a strong reaction to something, it's very difficult to convince yourself that as a result of this reaction, that's not something that's real. And this is where spirituality comes into play. And this is where I'm going to end this conversation. So I'm going to shut up. I'm officially going to shut up after this. And you guys are like, thank God. He's going to shut the... Thank God Eddie's shutting up. You are not your mind. Eckhart Tolle. You are not your mind. You are not your mind. You're not your stories. You're not your experiences. You're not your past. You're not your trauma. You're none of those things. You have to decide who you are based on your sovereignty and your divinity. And only a very, very, very small few of you are going to get this. Maybe one or two of you. Maybe one or two of you are going to get this. And that's fine. If I came out here tonight for one person to get what I'm saying right now, it's worth it. your spirit, your consciousness, your spirit, not your mind, not your ego. The real thing that you are, your spirit, your divinity, the part of you that cannot be tarnished, cannot be blemished. It can't have fear because it's the part of you that's connected to God. That part of you has the ability to choose, to create, to become anything. Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is within. The most powerful words of Jesus, in my opinion, ever spoken, the most powerful words ever spoken. The kingdom of heaven is within. It's inside of you. It's not outside of you. The answers to your problems, whether it's love, whether it's money, whether it's career, whether it's health, whatever it is, whatever questions you have, whatever problems you have, whatever challenges you have, the answer, the real answer, it's not in tarot cards. It's not coming out here on my channel. It's not going listening to other channels. Your truth, the absolute truth is inside of you. And you have to be willing to go within yourself to find your truth. And when you come into contact with your truth, because you understand your divinity, you truly understand your power, not from the limitations of your mind, not from theoretics, not from philosophy or any of this other shit. You push deeper than that. You've gone deeper than all of that. You've connected to something inside of you, something deeper than your fears, something deeper than your trauma, something deeper than your loss, something deeper than death and all that. Like, you have to come to grips with all that shit. When you accept that, you start accepting all of it. Just say yes to all of it. I'm going to die. I'm going to be miserable. I'm unlovable. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. You just start saying yes to all of it. Saying, okay, yes, I accept it. I'm not lovable. I'm never going to find love. I'm going to die alone. I'm going to die tomorrow. Like, all the fears, you just start saying yes to all of them. And when you're no longer in resistance to these things that are coming at you, they just start getting out of your way. It's like they dissolve. It's like, oh, okay, there's no more resistance to this anymore. Because you're not trying to find truth in a lie, because you can't find truth in a lie. Most people are stuck in lies trying to find truth. You can't. So the only thing you can do is to surrender to the lie. Just accept the lie. Accept it. Just pretend. Say, okay, I'm not going to have love. Or say, okay, all men are terrible. All men are cheaters. All men are this. All men are that. All women are this. All women are... Whatever the thoughts are that you have that are coming at you, the fear, the anxiety, the challenges, the bullshit, the ego, you are not your mind, but here it is anyways, because you can't turn this off. You can't turn the mind off. You're stuck with it. And it's going to do this to you the rest of your life. So the question is, are you going to be a slave to the mind, or are you going to be the master of your mind? Because your mind is never going to leave you the fuck alone until you're dead. You're always going to have thoughts, and most of them are going to be negative, because most of us are having negative thoughts. That's statistically proven. And most people are basing their reality based on their negative thoughts. So we're running around in this distorted reality of negative thinking. So we have this reality that's not even real, because it's all based on our negative thinking. And we just don't have the discipline, because no one to give us the skills of how to deal with this thing up here called our mind that has all this negative shit going on. It's creating this negative reality that we're experiencing that we don't want to experience. that then programs our nervous system. So we go out with our negative thinking, creating a negative reality, then we have a negative experience, and then that negative experience has a negative impact on our nervous system. And then we continue this, repeating this cycle, and then we can't understand why our life doesn't change. Because we're looking outside of ourselves and we think somebody's going to come to rescue you. You know, it's like, well, my life will change if I could just find a good person. My life would change if I could just find a good man. My life would change if I could just make more money. My life would change if the fucking politicians would just make up their minds. If, you know, if it wasn't those stupid Republicans in charge, if the Democrats were back in charge, then everything would be fine. And, you know, if it's not the Democrats, then it's like, well, then if it's just it, it's like, you know, you're going to find a million excuses the rest of your life about what it is you think the savior is supposed to be. There is no savior. No one's coming to rescue you. That's the brutal reality that I've come to in spirituality. True spirituality, the truth of what I've realized in life, the most empowering thing that you could ever reach. And it's like, it's sobriety. The most powerful place you can ever be, even though it's very sobering because it's real. You come to this place where you realize no one's coming to fucking save me. No one's coming to rescue you. Your life has been given to you. Your life is your responsibility. Your thoughts, your responsibility. And yes, there's a sense of injustice there because things happen to every single one of us that we didn't ask for. We live in a world where things are happening all the time. Injustices happen every day. Well, that's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. I didn't deserve that. You're right. You didn't. But here you are. Here you are in a reality and it happened to you anyways. So what are you going to do? Are you going to get stuck on the injustice? Are you going to get stuck on the fact that it wasn't fair? Or are you going to transform that? Are you going to alchemize that energy into something and say, you know what? I can't change what happened here, but I don't have to allow it to identify or I don't have to allow this to transform me into something that I don't want to become. Because every single one of us is choosing. And this is the point. You're going to choose who it is that you become, regardless of what you experience. And that will become your truth. But if that truth is colored by your trauma, then you can forget love. Because love requires something different. Love requires accountability and responsibility. And love sometimes requires us looking at ourselves and going, hey, you know what? Love isn't an outside job. It's not up to somebody else to make me feel loved, to give me love. True love can only be found when one meets yourself. Because what does the Bible say? God is love, right? I know I'm talking a lot of Bible tonight for some fucking reason. God is love. Where's the kingdom of heaven? Within you. You have to come into contact with what love actually is to understand what love is. Because if you're basing your definition of love off of trauma bonds, then you have a distorted version of what you think love is, because you're just relating love to trauma, not truth. Love is not trauma. And how will you know when you're getting close? Is because you're not looking for love outside of yourself anymore. When you stop looking for a rescuer, when you stop looking for things outside of yourself to meet your needs for love and capacity, then you're on the right path. And if that path is taking you deeper than your negative thinking, negative stories and limitations, you're pushing past that stuff, even though they're annoyances. It's like getting mosquitoes. You're outside and the mosquitoes are biting you and it's annoying. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm out here and fucking mosquitoes, you gotta smack them and then it's itchy. It's annoying. It's not life-ending, but it's annoying. It's like, those are the negative thoughts. You gotta push through it. And you get into your truth. And you have to sit there for a while. And what's going to happen when you sit there, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. But I'm not going to spoil the story for you. I'm not going to spoil. This is no spoilers here for all of you. I'm not going to spoil it all for you. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. When you get inside of your soul and you push through all this, so you're not blaming anybody anymore. You're not looking outside. You're not blaming your exes. You're not blaming men. You're not blaming the opposite sex. You're not blaming, oh, this happened to me and that happened to me. You're not blaming your parents. You're not blaming. You can look for things to blame for the rest of your life. That's powerlessness. You can always look for what's wrong. It's always going to be there. And so you find you're like, you know what? Okay, I've done that. That doesn't help me get what I want. So you're done with that. We're not going to blame bullshit anymore. So you move past that phase. So now you go a level deeper. Now you're dealing with this thing. Your mind, your ego. All the negative thinking, all the stories, all the meanings, all the bullshit. Your brain's just bombarding you left and right. Insecurities, overthinking, ADHD, all the things you've been told that you are, all the labels, all the craziness, all the memories. And your brain's just relentlessly beating the shit out of you, constantly, negative thoughts all day long. Okay. You're used to it. You got it. You understand it. You got to push through that shit. And then you're going to finally get down to the level of your heart. The part of you that's probably been neglected the longest. So now you're dealing with your heart, your feelings and your emotions. And in 2026, society's so fucked up because of a million things I won't even get into right now. Like, this is the biggest problem that we have is a disconnection from our feelings and our emotions, which is essentially the language of our spirit. That's why your heart is the center. The heart chakra is at the center of your being. Emotions, your intuition, the expression of the divine speaking to you, the truth comes from your heart. That's where love is. You want love. You want to know what love is, and you want love. You want the answers of what love and how to get love. Well, then go to where love is. Where is love? It's in your heart. That's where the truth is. It's not in your trauma. Your trauma is in your ego, and your trauma is in blame and victim and all that shit. It's not in your head. It's not your ego. It's in your heart. Most people's heart's been neglected because we've been programmed that it's not safe. And most people don't want to feel what's inside of themselves because it's too much. And they don't like feeling out of control. They don't like feeling the hurt, the emptiness, and the pain, and all the things that have happened in there. So you're just neglecting. It's like neglecting a child or neglecting an animal. It's like feeling like you don't want to have to feel what, if it was a child, an abandoned child or abandoned animal, you go into that animal shelter and there's that dog who's been like completely abused. And instead of going into the animal shelter and choosing that animal and seeing the animal like, wow, this animal is so fucked up and it's been through all this shit and it's scared shitless. And I know that I could love this animal, and you feel it. You're called to it. You're pulled to it. There's something that makes you want to go and love this creature that has nothing to give you in return, by the way. It can't give you anything in return. And it didn't come looking for you. You found it. And there's this overwhelming sense of compassion. There's this overwhelming sense of desire within you to naturally, you want to go. And despite all of the challenges that this animal faces, that you face with this animal, no less, because it's not like you're just going to take this animal home and then once the animal gets home with you, it's all unicorns and rainbows. It's like, no, you're going to have to, there's a process. You're going to have to go through this long process with this animal to get it to trust you, to get it back to health, and all these things. But there's something inside of you that says it will be worth it if you do it. Now, what if that animal was your heart? That part of you that you've been neglecting inside of yourself. But instead of you seeing the animal and having compassion and a desire to go to it and to care for it, to comfort it, and to go through that long process of getting it back into health and restoration, you're so afraid of feeling that pull. You're so afraid of seeing it in the condition that it's in, because it's gut-wrenching. It's gut-wrenching for you to see that animal all, deteriorated and matted and abused and scared. And you don't want to feel that feeling because it's gut-wrenching. And so many people are avoiding their own heart. You're avoiding yourself. You're avoiding looking within yourself because of the discomfort of what it means to go look at the thing inside of you that's actually hurting. You're uncomfortable looking at your own discomfort. Think about that for a minute. I know that sounds like insanity, like an oxymoron, and it is. It is insanity. But this is what you've been programmed and conditioned to do. Welcome to 2026. Welcome to the fucking Matrix. You've been programmed and conditioned to fear your own discomfort. And if your own discomfort is what's preventing you from actually looking at the thing that's inside of you that's hurting, then what's ever going to be done about it? What's ever going to change? Because nobody outside of you is going to be able to come inside of and to go inside of you and change it. I can't change your discomfort. Some other man, whatever your vision, your fantasy is that you think, oh, well, some man's going to come into my life and some love or something, or some magic person's going to come into my life. More money is going to change, my discomfort. A new man's going to change my discomfort. More, a new animal, more babies, more children, more this, more that. All these things that you're convincing, or we convince ourselves, that are outside of us. If you think the answer to your internal suffering is attached to something outside of you, that's your problem. And that's the part. It's the blessing and the curse. It's the blessing because you can fix it, because you have the power, but it's also the curse because it's in your power. It's the blessing and the curse. You have the power. You are the blessing and the curse. You have the power to fix it. You have the power to not to fix it. But you have to embrace that reality. You have to embrace the reality that it's up to you to decide if you're going to fix it or not. Because nobody else outside of you, nothing outside of you is going to fix the pain inside of you. So, love, trauma, and truth. All right. So, that's that. So this is how tonight's going to go. The rest of tonight, I guess. I don't know. These are going to be quick reads. So I'll probably do like three cards, and then I've got one or two other cards over here that I'm going to do for each one of you tonight. So each one of you is going to get a surrender card, something that you can actually look at, to think about, and then 3 cards for whatever your question is. If you would like more than 3 cards, if you would like a full reading, you can donate. All that stuff is in the description box as normal. I will be looking in the chat. For any donations. Otherwise, I'm just going to be doing quick cards here. Okay, so Maria, you were first. She finally hasn't missed one. What is your question, Maria? And welcome everybody else who just sat through that. just, okay. So thank you, country, for making that list. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to start with Maria, and then country, you're next, and then Elaine, and then we have Gina, we have Diamond, and then GHF, and then we have Nicolette, we have Alicia. I don't know how to say that next name. Then we have Margaret, and then Jean, and then Andrea. So you guys, the best thing I can tell you to do is to, to glance at the list. If you're just listening and you're not looking, I can't help you. I mean, I'm going to be focusing on the person that I'm doing the reading for, not whoever's next. I mean, once I get done with the reading, I'll go back through the list again so you guys can kind of know, but it's hard for me to do both. All right. Maria, I'm wondering how my love life will be in the future. So as you know, me and Philip have broken up 8 months ago. I'm starting to move on. He was very mean and cruel with me. Okay. My question is, what will happen with my love life after this breakup? All right. What is going to happen with Maria's love life? Well, I would say, I'm going to start with your surrender card first. I would say what's more important than what's going to happen in your love life, I would say what's more important is you figuring out who it is that you are going to become as a result of what you've experienced. And this is the problem. Everything that I literally just said, my long diatribe, my long diatribe, which, by the way, you have surrender the drama. That's your first card, Maria. Your first card is surrender the drama. So you're obviously not over him as much as you think you're over him. You're lying to yourself. You're bullshitting yourself. You're not completely over him. You're trying to be over him. And this isn't me being an asshole. I don't have any skin in this game with you and Philip. But there's something important that every single one of us needs to understand. And I'm not picking on you, by the way. I'm not picking on you. I would never do that. But, and this isn't just for Maria, this is for all of you, myself included. If you want love, you have to tell the truth. Anything less than the truth is trauma. Please understand that. Let me type that in the box here. Anything less than truth, just in case, my voice is, my English is no comprende. We will have it in writing. Anything less than the truth is trauma. So let's start over again, Maria. Let's start over again, Maria. I do not want to have anything to do with him. But of course, he has made an impact on my self-worth. in a negative way. So are you going to tell me, Maria, are you going to tell me that you don't give two shits about this man? You're over him, you don't care about him, you're done with him, you've moved on from him. Like, this guy, he means nothing to you. Is that what you're going to tell me? I don't have to do this, by the way. I can just pull some cards out here for you, but I want to help you, because I can tell you what's going to happen. If you do what you're doing right now, I can tell you what's going to happen. You're going to end up doing the same thing. You're going to attract another man, and you're going to go through the same thing all over again with somebody else. It'll be a new person. You'll meet this person. It'll be all exciting. You'll think, oh my God, this new guy, he's so amazing. He's so wonderful. He's so different than Philip was. He's so different than Philip. And there might be some things about him that are different than Philip. And it'll be all fairies and unicorns and infatuation. And then you'll end up getting serious with this guy. And then you'll find yourself right back to square one. Like, what happened? Now this guy, he doesn't care about me. He's gaslighting me, and he's this and he's that, and he's all these things. And now I'm back here again. And you'll be back here a year from now wanting another fucking tarot reading. Like, well, this guy, he did the same thing that Philip did. And or maybe you'll spend 5 years with this guy. Who knows? I don't know how long you'll end up with the next guy, right? You were with Philip for a long time. I know you've told me that in the past. You spent a lot of time. You're in a long-time relationship with this guy, right? So, well, thank you for your honesty. I still do have feelings for him, but I am aware of the fact that he's not the one, and I'm struggling to totally cut cords. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. That's the honesty I was looking for. And I understand. I'm not saying that, I'm not denying that he didn't do these things that you're saying that he did. I believe you. I believe you that he did do the things that you said that he did. But what I want to help you with, Maria, I want to help you fix this once and for all. I don't want you to have to go through this process again and again and again and again and again with another man, another man, another man, another man. Right? Like if we're going to fix it, let's just fix it. Like, let's just find the answer to the problem. Because getting readings isn't going to answer anything. Like, we could pull cards out here all night. And you'll be back here the next time, or the next, whatever you do. Maybe it's a different reader or me, who doesn't matter. You'll be back the next time for another fucking reading. Because getting readings isn't going to change your life, and it's not going to get you what you want in life. And that's not just for Marie, and that's for all of you, by the way. And that's not why I'm out here. For those of you who've been around for a hot minute, if you know anything about me, and if you haven't, then I'm just going to tell you, I don't have a tarot channel because I'm here to do tarot readings. I did that. I tried that before. and I lost my channel. The divine's like, nope, I got slapped on the hand. No, that's not what you're here to do, Eddie. You're not here to just come out here and feed the addiction to all the people out here who have tarot addictions, getting readings, and listening endlessly to tarot readers all day long because you've become addicted to listening to tarot readings because you're giving your power away. And I'm not here to feed that addiction that you have to listening to tarot readings. That's not what this tool is for. This tool is not here to feed an addiction or create an addiction or tell you what your life is supposed to be or not be. And I refuse to do it. But what I'm here for is to help you all. To help you all get what you want and to set you on the path that's in your highest good. So, Maria, I thank you for your honesty. So I want to ask you a question. Why? Why do you think you've not been able to let go of Philip? Tell me the truth. He's done all these terrible things. He's made you feel worthless. He's flirted with other women. He's gaslighted you. He's done all these terrible things. Why is there this part of you that still wants him? Let's take a look at that for a second. This is where the truth comes into play. We have the surrender to drama, and I know exactly what this means. Surrender the drama means that there's secretly a part of you that wants him to change. Secretly, there's a part of you that thinks that everything would be different if he would just change. If Philip would just have done what I thought Philip should do, if Philip would have just loved me the way that I wanted him to love me, if he would have done this, this, and that, and not this, that, and this, then we wouldn't be here. I'd be in love. He and I would be together. We'd be living our fantasy life together. If he would have just got on board with what I wanted, we would be living the life that we could have had together. What the fuck is his problem? Right? That's what surrender to the drama means, by the way. But tell me, Maria, tell me the truth. It's trauma, issues with my parents. I've been through lots of violence. I guess I miss a part of him I once knew, but I know it's not just a fantasy. It's all connected to childhood trauma. Okay, that's good. And thank you for your honesty and your vulnerability. I really, really mean that, and I really appreciate that, because this tells me that you really do want to change and that you're taking your personal growth seriously. And I deeply commend you for that and honor you for that, especially in front of a bunch of strangers on YouTube. So tell me about the part of him that you miss, if you will. What part of him is it that you're missing specifically? What parts of him are you missing specifically? And while you're, I'm assuming while you're thinking and typing your answer, I know it takes a moment for you, to type and all that. I'm just going to get a few little additional little clues here. So her answer is, I guess the feeling of feeling cared for, loved, feeling I'm his type of woman. His type of woman, well, at least what he said when he was lying, because obviously he doesn't. Okay, now see how see how quick that changed. Do you all see how fast that changed? You see the interrupted thought there? How fast it changed from, well, I guess the feeling of feeling cared for, loved, and then I'm this type of woman, and then immediately it went into, well, he's lying, he doesn't like this about me, he doesn't like that about me, obviously he doesn't like this, he doesn't like that. So let me ask you, Maria, are you 100% sure? Do you know for sure that he doesn't like those things about you? Are you him? Are you in his reality? Are you in his mind? Are you like, can you know 100,000%? Can you know someone stuck a gun to your head? Can you honestly say that you know for sure that he does not like those things about you? Oh, he told you. What did he say to you? What specifically did he say to you? He doesn't like your appearance. Okay. And was this just like a normal conversation over coffee, or was this in like a moment where you guys were having an argument? Maybe there was some type of tension. Uh, you know, is there any? He said he liked women with dark hair, dark eyes, and darker features. Okay. What was the context of this conversation? Because knowing women the way that I know women, it's never, and because I'm a guy and I know the way that guys think because I am a guy, I know that the perception and perspective that a female has versus a male perspective are two totally different things. And I know that, and I'm not saying this, I know I'm about to get crucified on here. Like my channel is literally going to blow up when I say this, but women have a way of being very manipulative when it comes to communication. You can twist things in a certain way to fit narratives. Okay, he's a psycho. He's a psycho, but you love him. Make it make sense, Maria. He sends me pictures of models and compares me to them. Tells me that I'm not as pretty as them. Okay, but you love this man. So I'm not telling you, I'm not disagreeing with your experience. But what I'd like to explore is your attraction to this thing that this man is representing, because I'll be honest with you, Maria, I think he's a gift. I think Philip is a great gift to you. He might be one of the biggest blessings that you've ever had. And I think that you might be missing out on one of your biggest blessings, but not for the reasons that you think. Not because I'm telling you that he's the man you're supposed to spend your life with and all these things and all that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying he's a different kind of gift. He's a spiritual gift. And you're going to have to get past all of this, your ego, to see it. This is the challenge. This goes back to everything that I was saying at the beginning of this reading. This is your trauma. And when you go into trauma mode, you hand all of your power away to the ego. And this is where people stay their entire lives. And this is why people never change. They're never going to get love. This is why it doesn't matter all the cards we could pull out of here. I could pull cards all night long. It's not going to change your life, because true change can only happen from one person and one person alone. That's all of us, ourselves. True change is an inside job. It's the moment that we take control over our sovereignty, over the power of us realizing that our reality, our life, our decisions, our choices are ours and ours alone. And it's very sobering. It's very difficult. It's one of those moments where you kind of like, you have a spiritual awakening and you realize, like, you know, unfortunately, I can't rely on forces outside of myself to do my work, to serve me, to help me, to comfort me, to be there for me, because life is uncertain. Life is uncertain. Well, I know that you don't know why, but this is why I'm inviting you to stop for a moment, to stop spinning out mentally, because this is one of the areas that's preventing you from your own personal development and growth. So what I would like for you to have an experience with is something different than what you're used to doing, and hand you a tool that you can use to help you start reversing this process. If you're interested. If you're not interested, that's fine. Then I'll just do a reading and I'll just move on to the next person. So it's up to you. I mean, I'm here to help you achieve something that could potentially change your life, something you can take away with you, and you can start practicing it and implementing it in your daily life and get hopefully some value from it. Or I can just give you a reading and just move on to the next person. It's you know, it's neither here nor there for me. Obviously the decision is yours. It's your choice. Okay. Maria says she's interested. All right. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to be brutally honest with yourself. And again, I want to thank you because you've been honest. You were honest just a moment ago. And I want you to continue to be honest with yourself, because it's not me. You're not doing this for me. You're not doing this for anybody else. You're doing this for you. This is an act of self-love. And the more that you love yourself in this moment, then the more you'll access your truth. And the more you access your truth, the more that you'll gain your power. And from that place, you'll begin to be able to create a new experience. And if you create it once, you can create it as many times as you want, because it's reproducible. Okay? That's the power of this. The power of you getting into your own personal power is realizing, well, shit, I have power over everything in my life, not just romance. Got power over my body, power over my health, power over my mind, power over my finances, power over whatever, all areas of my life. Right? This is the beauty of spirituality, is getting connected to your power. Powerlessness is staying connected to your head, the ego, the distorted reality. So I want you to think for a second. So you just said all these things about Philip. All these things, all your complaints. He compares you to other women, and he doesn't like this, he doesn't like that, and where within yourself do you see similarities? If Philip wasn't Philip, if Philip was you, what parts of Philip would you recognize as yourself? Let me say that another way. Pretend that you are Philip. And then I want you to look for what's true. If you were Philip saying those things, comparing, not liking, all these things, where have you seen that? And where have you experienced that? Because I don't think that Philip is the first person that you've heard those comparisons, Maria. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's right. Your own self-hatred, your own insecurities about how you look. So, but we got to go deeper than that, because your brain's like, okay, I see it now. But if we stop here, then we're doing a disservice, because we have to take the whole truth. This is a piece of the truth, but we need the whole truth if we want to be free. And thank you for your honesty, because that's true. That's right. Philip is just reflecting. That's right. Now you got it. So, who is it that you're judging exactly? Are you judging Philip? Who is it that you're actually judging here? Where is most of the judgment in all of this? That's right. You're judging yourself. You're judging you. Now, let me ask you a question. How much of this was going on before you ever met Philip? Before this man ever came into your life, how much of this already existed inside of you? How much self-judgment, self-hatred, comparing yourself, how much of this stuff existed inside of you before he ever came into your life? Or did all of this randomly just show up when he showed up? Like, did this all just start happening when he showed up? Or was this here long before he ever came into your life? Thank you. Thank you for your honesty again. And I really, 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 really fucking appreciate you being honest right now. And I mean that. I really, really deeply respect you for your honesty. Very few people, in my experience, have the courage to be this honest, and it's rare. It's a rare gift. And speaking of gifts, we're getting one step closer to understanding the gift of what he was for you, because this is very important. So if all of these things that happen inside of you were pre-existing before he came into your life, and yet there was some part of him, and I need you to really, really hear me out here. I need you to pay extra close attention, Maria, to what I'm about to say. Because if you're not paying super close attention to this, you'll miss it. This thing I'm about to tell you could be very easy to misunderstand here. There's a part of Philip. There was something else. Not all the things that you see about him that are negative. But there was something else that was there. There was love. There was something. There was a connection. There was something beautiful. But it's been easily lost. It's been easily forgotten because all of this other shit that was pre-existing swallowed it up. So I want you to tell me 3 things about Philip, and I want you to be honest. I want you for a second to get out of the anger, get out of the blaming, and I'm not telling you that, again, what he did was okay. I'm not taking his side. I'm not sticking up for him. I'm not validating and saying that he didn't hurt you or that he's not an asshole. I'm not saying any of those things, just to be crystal clear here. Okay? I'm not invalidating your experience of what you had with him. I'm just asking you, if you're willing to do this, and if you're not, that's okay. But if you're willing to do it, tell me 3 things that you genuinely and sincerely are grateful for about him. 3 positive things that you can look at, even if it's really hard. It's really, really hard, and you have to dig really deep. Maybe you have to go way back to the beginning, but tell me 3 things about this man, and not superficial things like, oh, he's really good looking, he's got an extra large penis, and or whatever, like he makes a lot of money. Like, tell me, like, give me 3 sincere, substantial things that you're grateful for about him that aren't superficial. He was caring for me in the beginning. He gave me a sense of belonging since I don't have a family. He showed affection and love, and he was paying a lot of attention to me. And keep in mind that these were things that were only in the first 9 months. Okay. So thank you again for that. Thank you for sharing these things with me. Now I want you to do something, and I want you, actually, let's do this. And for everybody else that is here, that's in the chat or still here, I'm inviting you into this process with Maria and I. And if you don't want to participate, that's fine. It's fine. I felt called to do this with Maria. So I'm following my guidance here. And so if you guys would like to learn something for yourselves potentially, you guys can, the rest of everybody else out there can participate if you want to. So Maria, this is what I want you to do. I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to tell me everything, not everything, not everything. Tell me what you're feeling right now. When you think of your current life situation, just close your eyes and tell me the first thing. Don't overthink, just tell me the first thing that comes to your mind. Like, my life feels like this. Tell me how your life feels. First thing, just close your eyes and let it come to you. My life feels like what? I feel lonely. Okay. I feel very lonely. Tell me what color your loneliness is. If you had to give it a color, what color is it? And again, just let the color just come to you. You're not trying to force it. You're not trying to impose it. There's no forcing anything. You're just being an observer. This exercise is about observing, which means things will just naturally occur. You're not going to try to force anything during this exercise. Okay. So your loneliness feels like a very dark blue. When you observe this blue, this dark blue color, is it close to you or is it far away from you? Interesting. Andrea says dark blue as well. And those of you that are participating in the exercise, you guys are welcome to put your answers in the chat as well. If you want to, you don't have to. Maria says it's close to me. Okay, so Maria, the loneliness that's dark blue is very close to you. So I want you to back away from this dark blue. Just start in your mind's eye. I want you to just start backing away from it. And as you back away from it, I want you to tell me what it does. Does it stay where it's at? Does it go in the other direction away from you, or does it follow you? What happens when you start to back away from the dark blue? I'm seeing the light. I'm seeing a light color, like I'm running away from it. I see a white light, like a white color. So when you back away from it, it starts to change colors. Is that what you're saying? When you back away from it, it starts to change colors from blue to white. No, I'm just running to the light. The dark blue is behind me now. Okay. So you're not even looking at it anymore. I understand. Okay. So you're running from the dark blue. What do you feel as you're running away from the dark blue? What are you feeling as you run away? As you move towards the light, Maria, as you start running towards this light, what do you feel? As you're trying to run from, you're trying to get away from. I understand. Okay. This is what I want you to do. I want you to stop running from I want you to stop running from it now. And I want you to turn in a way to where you can see both the light, the white light. So that's like on one side of you, and then on the other side of you, you can see the dark blue. So it's kind of like you're standing in between the two, but you can see both of them. If you turn your head one way, you can see the dark blue. If you can turn your head the other way, you can see the white light. And once you're standing in a place in your mind's eye and you can see both the dark blue and the white light, I want you to move the dark blue and the white light together. I want you to move those two colors together, bring them together and merge them into one. And tell me what happens. Tell me what happens when you merge the white light and the dark blue together. It turns light blue. I don't know why. It's suddenly darker, more. Okay. So it's turning light blue. It's not sadness, but it's apathy. Okay, so where in your body, where in your body do you feel the dark blue? I want you to identify where in your body you're feeling right now the dark blue. So you feel it in your gut, like you feel it in your stomach. somewhere around your stomach. It doesn't have to be 100% precise. It can be just a general area. I just want you to be aware of where you feel it. Okay, so you feel it in your stomach. And so does Gina. Do you have gas? Do you need to fart? Do you have indigestion? You know, sometimes when we're full of gas and we let it out, we feel better. That's just food for thought. Okay, so you feel an emptiness there and an anxiety. Gina is not farting, which is good. Thank you, Gina. That's good to know. So now, Maria, tell me, where do you feel the white light? So that's where you feel this dark blue light color in your stomach. Now tell me where that white light is that you described. You said you were running towards the white light. Where in your body do you feel the white light? Where in your body do you feel the white light? You don't feel the white light, she says. Okay. So let's pay attention to the white light. That's very important that you don't feel it. You can see it, but you can't feel it. And yet you are running towards it. Okay. So I want you to focus your attention now on the white light. Is the white light close to you or is it far away from you? And for the rest of you, if your sensation or what you experience might be different than Maria's. Yours might not be a color, it might be a shape, it might be a sound, it might be a sensation or a feeling. So whatever that is for you, even if it's not the color white, like it is for Maria, you can do the same thing. So the same steps still apply to you as it does for her. So Maria says the white light feels far away, like a tunnel. Okay. So Maria, I want you to reach out and I want you to grab the white light and I want you to pull it all the way close towards you, really close towards you, like right in front of your face. Just reach out and grab that white light and I want you to bring it right in front of your face. And then when you get that white light right in front of your face, I want you to look at it. I want you to look deep, deep, deep into that white light. And I want you to tell me what you see, what you feel, what you experience. What happens when you look deep into that white light? So you feel safe, you feel secure. Now, I want you to ask the white light, ask the white light to tell you why it was so far away from you. Stay connected to that white light. Keep it right in front of your face. Keep it right where it is, and I want you to ask it why it was so far away. And then I want you to just let the answer come to you. Don't force anything. Just ask the white light, why were you so far away from me? And then just let the answer come to you. Whatever that answer is, it'll just come to you naturally. You won't have to think about anything. I was afraid to run into the white light. Ask it. I wasn't looking forward. Ask it why you were afraid. Ask the white light why you were afraid. Because the dark felt so familiar, Maria says. Almost too familiar. Oh, I see. The light could not come into me. I want you to ask the white light, Maria, how Philip feels about himself. And let the white light tell you how Philip feels about himself. Not how you feel about him, not how anybody else feels about him. Just ask it to tell you the truth, because the white light will tell you the truth. Ask the white light, how does Philip feel about himself? And then just clear your mind and let the answers come to you, just like they have been. They'll just naturally start to come to you. And for the rest of you that are doing this exercise, you can ask whatever sound, shape, color, whatever that represents for you. It's not the white light for you. It could be something else for you. You can ask it a similar question. You can ask it about somebody specific in your life. You can ask it about yourself. You can ask it about a challenge. You can ask it even the same question that you came here tonight to ask your reading about. So Maria says, the white light says, Philip is having a big ego. He thinks he can have anyone and do whatever he wants with whomever, with whatever woman he wants. Okay, Maria, I want you to ask if that was the white light or the dark blue light that was just speaking. Where did you feel that just then? Did you feel it in your gut where the dark blue is? Or did you feel it in the white light? Okay, she says, I feel the white light told me that God's telling me this. Okay. Now I want you to ask the white light, I want you to ask the white light how Philip feels about himself. Like what does he feel about himself? Elaine's experiencing an artistic block with the rectangle. So for you, Elaine, I want you to ask the rectangle, Elaine, I want you to ask your rectangle what shape it should be in. Ask the rectangle what shape it should be in. And then just let the answers come. And for you, Maria, ask the white light what how Philip feels about himself. So he feels very proud of himself. Okay. I want you to ask the white light to show you where inside of you feel Philip. All the places inside of you, but where you feel him specifically the most. Where inside of you do you feel Philip the most? And wait for you to feel that place in your body, and then just tell me, where do you feel him the most inside of your body? Okay, you feel inside of your heart, it's the heartbreak. Okay. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to put your hand over your heart where you feel the hurt, you feel the heartbreak. And I want you to tell me what color you feel that hurt and that heartbreak. What color is that? Look into your heart, feel in your heart. What color do you see the heartbreak there? It's dark. Maria says it's a dark black. Okay. So Maria, I want you to reach and just scoop the dark black in your mind's eye. I want you to reach in and I want you to scoop the dark black out. And I want you to bring it out in front of you. And I want you to just let it go. Let it just sit there and float in front of you. So scoop it out of your heart. And I want you to bring it out in front of you. And I want you to just let it sit there and float in front of you so you can still see it. And then I want you to ask the white light to show you what love is. Show you the color of love, true love, not your fear, not your past, not Philip, not your trauma. Just ask the white light to show you the true color of love. And then just let it come to you. What is the color of love? The color is white. So now I want you to take that light white color of love, and I want you to shoot it into the black that came out of your heart. I want you to shoot it into that black, and I want you to tell me what happens when you shoot that white light into the black. And I want you to watch it closely. What happens when you shoot that white light into the black? So you shoot the white light into the black and it turns white like it used to be. Exactly. And so now I want you to take this white light. You took this, you shot the white light into the black, and the black turned into a white light. I want you to reach out and I want you to grab this new white light and I want you to pull it into your heart. Just pull it back into your heart where the black light, where the blackness used to be. Just pull it back into you. And then I want you to look into that white light that's now back inside of your heart. And I want you to see it grow. Just feel it. Feel that love inside of your heart. Feel that white light growing and expanding inside of your heart. And let it just go through your body. Just see it in your mind's eye, expanding and going and growing. And just let it move. And I want you to pay attention to the sounds, because there's music. There's music that you weren't hearing before, but now you're hearing this music. And I want you to hear the music inside of you now. You'll hear it. There will be a certain song or a certain sound that starts to come from inside of you. It's something that you recognize. It's one of your favorites. And it moves you. It feels like home. It's your song. And only you would know it. Only you would recognize it. And maybe you didn't know this was your song before, but you see it and you feel it now. And you know that it's your song because it feels right. As it comes to you, it feels right. It's nothing you've had to force. It's just there. It's always there. But you know it, and it feels good, and it feels like home. And I want you to let that music get a little bit louder and a little bit louder and a little bit louder as that light inside of your heart grows bigger and bigger and bigger. And I want you to see it expanding way beyond your heart. This light is moving up to the top of your head. It's moving all the way down to your toes. And the music is getting louder and it's being more amplified, and you can feel the music, and it's in rhythm with this light, and it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's expanding. And I want you to tell the light to just go, to keep going outside of you. Once your whole body is filled with that white light, I want you to let it go outside of you. Let it just start growing outside of you, getting bigger than you. And I want you to let that white light to start touching the other people that are even here with us in this, sharing this experience with you. Just send it out to them. Let that white light just let it go. Send it out. Send it out to the people here with us, to me and to the other people. Just let it go. And keep going bigger and bigger and bigger. And let that music, let that song that you have inside of you grow with it. Let it amplify. And as it's growing inside of you, I want you to pay attention, to feel everything that you've been missing, that was there all along. The life, the joy, the happiness, the gratitude, the gifts. You start experiencing the truth. Because this love that's emanating from your heart, that's filling you up, is filled with the truth. There's no distortions, there's no lies, there's no pain, there's no past, there's no trauma. It's just pure love, pure truth, pure love. It's inside of you and you're experiencing it. It's radiating through your whole body, and now it's going out. It's going out and affecting other people now. This is how powerful you are. That you can just simply choose to focus your attention and your effort onto the power of love inside of you. And just by simply focusing on love and truth, that has a ripple effect, a cosmic ripple effect that goes out beyond you and begins to affect other people. It begins to transform the reality that you're existing in, that you've experienced. You become a creator instead of a reactor. You begin creating a reality, a different reality than the one that you were in. And not only creating a new reality for yourself, but you're creating a new reality and new opportunities for other people. Because now you've come into agreement You've come into alignment with the will of God, because the will of God is love, because God is love. And God is inside of you, inside of me, inside of all of us. God is bigger than any fear. God is bigger than any pain. God is bigger than any trauma. The divine inside of you, inside of me, inside of every one of you that is here tonight, living and breathing inside of you 24/7, 365. There's not a moment that the divine is not alive inside of you. Your heart that's beating inside of you, you don't have to ask it to do anything. The moment that you came into this world, your heart's been beating and you haven't asked it to do anything. You don't have to demand it to give you life, and your heart is beating inside of you. Your heart is beating inside of you, not your mind. The thing that requires life, the heart, requires us to live. And your heart stops. Your body dies. And of course it does. The source of love, the one place in your body that can't get cancer. Not many people know this. Not many people know that there's no such thing as heart cancer. You can get cancer in just about any other area of your body. Any other organ, any other area of your body, you can get cancer, except for your heart. There's no such thing as heart cancer. You can't get cancer in your heart. Imagine why that is. The center of love, the center of your being, the center of the divine inside of you, the Holy of Holies, the great temple, the kingdom of heaven that is within, lives inside of your heart. The only part of you that's pure and undefilable, it's your heart. And when you connect with your heart, you connect with your truth. So connect with your heart, with that beautiful bright white light, Maria. Listen to your heart. Listen to the truth of what your heart is saying. And let that white light expand so big and so loud. Let it overwhelm you. Let you be drowned in this white light. And when you know that you're drowning in this white light is all that there is. When you get to that point, I want you to ask the white light whatever question feels important to you. Ask that white light whatever question feels important to you. And then I want you to let the answer just come to you. Let the answer come to you. It may come to you as a sound, as a feeling, a voice in your mind, a shape. It could come to you in many different ways. But ask that white light whatever question you have and let the answer come to you. And don't resist or anything. Just let it naturally come forward. Yes, tell me what you feel, Maria. What do you feel when you ask this question to the white light? This question that you've been wanting to ask for a long time. The white light told Maria to choose herself, to pick yourself, to start loving yourself. I want you to ask this question, Maria. I want you to ask the white light, why? Why is it important for you to start loving yourself? Why is it important for you to start loving yourself? Why is this the answer that I need? Why is this the correct answer? Why is this the correct answer? Because in order to attract someone who's not like Philip, I need to love myself. I need to be enough for myself. Gina says it told her to stop settling for less than what she deserves. Interesting. So two totally different people who are completely separate from each other, don't know each other, are being told something similar. Very interesting. I need to be enough for myself. I need to stop settling. Now, Maria, I want you to ask the white light one last question here. I want you to ask what would happen if Philip found this white light. If Philip ever found this white light within himself, what would happen to him? What would happen to him if one day he ever found this white light? Because the same white light that's inside of you is the same white light that's inside of him. Because it's the same white light that's inside of me. Which is why you are all getting similar answers in the chat, even though you're different people, different lives, different places in life, different ages, different experiences, different parts of the world even, and you're getting similar answers. And of course you would. Because that white light is the truth. It's love. It's the divine. And the divine that's inside of me is the same divine inside of you, which is the same divine that's inside of Philip, the same divine that is inside of our ex or our this or that person or whoever. So what would happen, Maria? What would happen if Philip found the white light within himself? Just ask the white light for the answer and it'll give you the answer. And maybe the rest of you have somebody in your life or your experience that you could ask that same question about. Somebody you can ask that question about. What would happen if that person that you're thinking about found the white light? Maria says Philip would stop being mean. Gina says that whoever the person she's thinking about would understand unconditional love. Now, I want you guys all to take a moment to think about something. These people that you're thinking about, these people that we're asking the white light about, are they really so different than you and me? Are they really the evil person that we think that they are? Or is it possible that they're just lost and confused and hurting and disconnected from their truth? Is it possible that they're just somebody who wants love and acceptance just as much as you and I want love and acceptance? Maybe they're just as scared. Maybe they hate themselves. Maybe they compare themselves to other people. Maybe they don't feel good enough. Maybe they don't feel worthy. Maybe they've had experiences with other people who've lied to them, betrayed them, hurt them, who didn't love them. Maybe their parents rejected them. Maybe there's all kinds of things going on inside of them, inside of their head, inside of their hearts, inside of their life that we can't imagine because we're not them. We're not living in their lives and not living in their shoes. Who are we to judge these people? Who are we to pass judgment on them? That doesn't mean that what these people have done to us is okay. It doesn't mean that you're supposed to be with this person. It doesn't mean that this person should be allowed to be in your life. But that's different. It's okay to have boundaries. It's okay to choose yourself. It's okay to separate yourself from things that hurt you, that are preventing you from growing into the person you're meant to be, so that you can find and achieve and align to the things that you're meant to attract into your life. Because these people come into our lives, we're all being mirrors to each other. The difference between that person and you, so the difference between Philip and Maria isn't what he did to her versus what she did to him, because if he were here in the chat, I guarantee you he would be telling us a whole different story. He would be in the chat telling us, well, you don't know what it's like being with her because she did things to him that made him feel a certain way, whether she meant to, whether she didn't. Because no matter how thin you slice it, there's always two sides when you're dealing with love and relationships. And it's not about who did more, who did less, who's the bigger villain, who's the bigger bad guy. None of that matters. That's powerlessness. And when you're trying to prove who was worse in the relationship to salvage your own reputation, then you're doomed, because you're going to carry that same pattern into your next relationship. Whereas what you can do now is you can see and connect to the truth, which is your sovereignty, which is what this exercise is about, is you connecting to this part of you that's not connected to fear. Because you're getting out of the mind and you're getting back into your heart, where your truth is, where your power is. Now here's the second part of this. The second part of this is okay, you can practice this. This is just one exercise of a million that I could make up on the spot. And this is just skimming the surface of something, of what's possible. Because you're learning how to connect with different parts of yourself in ways that no one teaches us how to do. But you just did this one time, which isn't going to, it's like going to the gym one time. If you go to the gym one time and you think you're going to, you're going to lose X amount of weight and you're going to change your body, you're lying to yourself. You can't go to the gym one time and then think you're going to lose 10, 20 pounds. This is the same thing. This is why there are disciplines, and a discipline is something that you do again and again and again and again. It's a habit, a discipline. And it takes great discipline to learn to take control and sovereignty over your life. Because if you don't take control and sovereignty over your life, and you don't practice discipline, and you don't have a practice, you don't have a ritual, you don't have a way to get out of your mind, the ego. If you don't have a way to get out of your ego, then your ego is going to run your life for the rest of your life. And if the ego runs your life for the rest of your life, you're fucked. Because even if you attract a new man into your life, a new person, you're going to sabotage it. Your trauma is going to sabotage the new relationship. And then what are you going to do? You're going to blame that person. You're going to turn around and you're going to blame that person and say, oh, it was their fault. When it wasn't their fault. So it's very important to understand that what I'm sharing with you guys, what I've shared with you, is a tool that's going to require exercise. A way for you to get out of this infinite loop within your mind, the ego, that's been lying to you, because the ego's job is to keep you safe, and that's all that it knows to do. And it will do everything. It will make you miserable. You can spend the rest of your life feeling safe, secure, and comfortable, but you'll be miserable. Because anything that wants to come into your life, the things that you say that you want, the desires that you say that you have, your brain, your mind, your ego, your trauma will prevent it, will protect you from it. It might let it in a little bit, but then it'll sabotage it. And then it'll create a story and say, well, it wasn't me that did it, it was them that did it. Well, no, even if they participated, which they will have, because most people trauma bond, like I said at the beginning of all this. Most people trauma bond, so they will definitely have played a part in it, but at the end of the day, it's up to us to decide whether or not we continue to participate in that trauma or not. So what's coming up for you, Maria? Your 3 cards of what's coming up for you in love and romance. You have the 2 of Wands. You have the 7 of Pentacles. And you have the 3 of Pentacles in reverse. So what's coming up for you in love and romance is all about planning, deciding, choosing. And at the bottom, you have the Magician, which is no surprise. After everything, you have the Magician. So the Two of Wands is you deciding what you want. It's up to you to decide what you want because it's all tied to the Magician at the bottom. The Magician is you are the creator of your own reality. You decide. It's up to you to decide what you want to do, where you want to go, who you want to love, what you want to experience. You're the creator of your own reality. That's the Magician card. I didn't choose these cards for you. This is what came out for you. The second card over here is you have the Seven of Pentacles, which is similar to the Two of Wands because both of these cards have an element of waiting. The person in the Two of Wands is holding the world out in front of them and they're deciding, they're plotting, they're planning, they're deciding what they want. The person here in the Seven of Pentacles, they're leaning against the plow, they're looking at the crop, and they're waiting for something valuable here. They're waiting for something valuable. They're observing, they're watching, they're assessing the value of something. And then you have the Three of Pentacles here. I said it was in reverse. That's not true. It's not in reverse. This is about you learning and growing, gaining more knowledge, gaining more skills, and about you participating and collaborating in building something. So what the divine is saying here is what's coming towards you in love and romance there isn't anyone specific that's coming towards you. What the divine is saying, it's up to you to decide whatever it is that you want. And when you make a decision, when you make a choice, a conscious choice about what it is that you want, then it's going to be up to you to put effort into obtaining it. So what the divine is really asking of you right now, Maria, is for you to get clear on what you want and what you don't want moving forward in your life. So you've had this experience with Philip. He's gone, he's moved on. You're trying to get over him, you're moving on. And so the divine's like, well, now it's time for you to go back to the drawing board and decide what you want. Because whatever it is that you decide that you want moving forward is what you'll probably attract, it's what you probably get. So you need to spend some time with yourself and get really honest and really clear on what you don't want and what you do want. And just a couple other things to here to be aware of within yourself. You have reaching, decline, dark side, in a hurry, and you have this false front. These are all energies attached to you. These top ones were attached to Philip, but whatever. That doesn't matter. You already know all of that. So this card says you were trying to justify what you were doing, and the bottom says don't make excuses, just do the right thing. So essentially this is saying, again, you know, it wasn't all Philip. You had a part in that you played in your relationship with him. And if you're not honest about the part that you played in this relationship, then chances are you're not going to be honest in the part that you play in the next relationship, which is everything that I just said. You know, most people, they get out of one experience and they don't change and they go into another experience, they get the same result, and then they want to blame that person again. And it's a cycle of, I keep going out, getting in new situations that fail, and then I keep blaming the other person instead of looking at myself, because it's easier to blame somebody than it is for me to look at myself and go, okay, well, it wasn't all of them. Even if they did do things wrong, even if they did hurt me, even if they were, you know, fucked up and whatever, that might be true. But if I'm not willing to look at myself and take accountability for the part that I played, then I'm just going to go into the next relationship and do the same thing again. Because the common denominator in all of our relationships is ourselves. Period. The common denominator in every single relationship is yourself. So, the next one, decline. You were starting to go downhill on some levels. So this is because this card was here because of the overthinking and allowing all the negativity and all the spiraling in your mind to overtake you. And when you allow the ego to basically eat you alive, that's what you're going to experience. Because you get sucked into this void that the ego, this negativity, and if you don't prevent that negative energy from drowning you, it'll suffocate you. Then you have the dark side. You are tempted to engage in destructive behavior. That's that dark energy that you imagine, that dark blue energy that you had, that you described when we did the exercise. It's there, it's inside of you, and it's eating away at you. And if you don't deal with that energy, and you keep feeding it by allowing it to exist inside of you, freely exist like cancer that's just growing inside of you, then guess what you're going to do? You're going to bring that dark energy into a new relationship, and you're going to project all that pain and all that darkness onto somebody who didn't deserve it. Essentially, you're going to basically start punishing somebody for things that they never did to you. And you're going to expect them to accept it, because that's what trauma, people who haven't healed from their trauma do. They trauma all over somebody else, and then they expect that person to accept that trauma. And if they don't, if that person says, hey, look, I love you, I care about you, but I'm not going to let you trauma all over me, then the person who's doing all of the traumaing all over that person gets butthurt and feels offended, and then they run away, and then they start, yelling and screaming and crying to everybody. Oh, they're so terrible, they're so mean, they're just like the last person, they're a narcissist, blah, blah, blah. No, that person isn't a narcissist because they don't let you trauma all over them. They have boundaries. They're not going to let you treat them like shit. Just because you treat yourself like shit and you let other people treat you like shit doesn't mean that somebody who has their shit together is going to let you treat them like shit. So you have to get your shit in order. You have to get your shit in order. And if you're going to get your shit in order, then you have to be honest with that. And when you get your shit in order, then you won't shit on other people. That would be the ideal scenario for all of us moving forward in all of our relationships. That's what that dark side energy is telling you. Then you have you're in a hurry. So let's move to this card for you, Maria. You are rushing around, overwhelmed and panicking. You're anxious, freaking out. It's the end of the world. Oh my gosh, I'm never going to get love. I'm never going to have children. It's the end of the world. No, it's not. You're just, again, you're not taking control of the mind. You're letting the mind and the ego run your life instead of you separating yourself from the mind and getting back into your heart, which you can do by following an exercise like the one that I just led you all through. False front. You try to blend in, but you feel like an outsider. Yeah, this is you trying to fit into a narrative of society when you're different. You're different on purpose. You're not meant to blend in. You're not meant to be like everybody else. And you're not meant to date normal people. You need to find a fucking weirdo like you. Find a weirdo. Find someone like you to be with. Stop trying to force relationships and jobs and communities and people. Stop trying to force yourself into these places in life that you know you're not meant for. So if you have to betray yourself to fit in anywhere, mask yourself, hide yourself, all these things, it's like, well, but if I don't, there's, I'll just be alone forever. And I'm not saying that it's easy. I get it. I'm one of those people. Like, I'm one of those weird fuckers who doesn't have a community, who doesn't have this is as close as it gets. Coming out here on YouTube with you guys. All 10 of you that are watching, according to what the stat says, there's 10 people watching this right now. Like, I come out here and hang out with you guys. Like, But I gave up trying to fit in a long time ago. 2020, to be precise. 2020 was when I gave up trying to fit in with the Matrix. This is me. This is who I am. This is my life. And when it comes to relationships, it's the same thing. I'm not looking for the Partridge Family, the Brady Bunch. I'm not looking for that type of person. Would never fit with me. You know, she's going to be a weird, she's going to be a weird fucker like me. She's going to be weird in her own way, you know? So there's some things here you have to think about, Maria. I've given you a lot tonight. And this is after, I don't know, what, 2-3 years? I don't know how long you've been on the channel. You've been here for a long time, though. And you stated, and you finally got your reading. I'm proud of you. And thank you for your honesty. And I believe that things are going to change for you. All right. So now, country, you are up, my friend. Thank you all for your patience. But I got to do what I got to do when I feel led to do it, the way that I feel led to do it. And sometimes I can't. I don't know. I don't come out here with a plan most of the time. But country, if you're here, I'm happy to answer a quick question for you. I've been dealing with a toxic family member since my dad passed away. I want to put it all behind me, but I feel like I'm meant to heal this lineage somehow. I need guidance from spirit on how to deal with this. All right, right out of the gate, country, you got surrender resentments and surrender to setting limits. Interesting. I didn't even know this card was in this deck. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Surrender resentments, holding on to resentments only poisons you, as you know. Try to forgive others for their shortcomings and keep moving forward toward positive situations in your life. Surrender to setting limits. It is healthy to set boundaries in relationships. Practice expressing your needs and remember that no is a complete sentence. So I feel there might be a little bit of investment here. And it's hard because when it's family, and we feel, we can have obligations. We can feel the weight of obligation when it comes to family members. So she's not like one member. It's like the whole family. The whole family is toxic. Okay. I feel you. It's the whole family. Yeah, these people, it's very triggering. We got this energy here for you. It's very triggering, obviously, a very triggering situation here. So the advice that I have, let's look here. How to deal. All right, here's the thing. Yeah, this is a pattern in your family. This whole, there's a pattern going on here. Now, the pattern here, country, is the pattern that you need to be aware of. The part, let me back up. The part of this that matters to you, and the only part of this that matters to you. is the part that you can control. And again, this all goes back to claiming sovereignty over our lives. It's the serenity prayer. It's learning how to to catch ourselves. Step one is to catch ourselves, going, okay, I feel powerless. I feel hopeless. Anytime that you begin to experience a negative emotion, whatever that negative emotion is, 9 times out of 10, it's powerlessness. Like Maria said when she was here, I was feeling lonely, right? Like whatever emotion, whatever negative emotions that you want to attach to the experience that you're having in your life right now, or whatever question that you came here tonight about. So in your specific situation, country, it would be, okay, what are the negative emotions attached to this experience with my family? And you could name them. It's like, okay, they piss me off. I feel angry. I feel sad. I feel depressed. I feel frustrated. I feel confused. Like whatever negative emotions that you would have that describe your situation, those negative emotions are nothing more than an expression or a description of powerlessness. It's just the way that we express saying, hey, I feel powerless to change something. And here's the brutal reality. And I know that we all know this, but sometimes we have to understand it on a deeper level than just intellectually knowing it. There are things that we cannot control, no matter what. We can't control other people, for example. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter if they're your family. It doesn't matter if it's your child. It doesn't matter if it's your dog or your cat. I mean, obviously you have more control over your dog and your cat than you do another human, but you still don't really have complete control over them. Right? Like our power, the most power that any one of us has is the power over self. And so the moment that you can recognize where you're giving your power away and say, I can see it. I'm giving my power away to this person. And then you have to go deep and identify, like, well, why? What power am I giving away to this person? Well, because I have an expectation. A lot of people, that's what it is. It's expectations. I want them to be this way. I want them to do this. I want them to behave this certain way. I wish they would do more of this and less of that. Right? Sometimes it's not expectation. Sometimes you're doing your own thing. You're minding your own business and somebody's doing something to you. Like maybe it's work. Like I'm over here minding my own business at work. I'm not hurting anybody. I just come to work. I focus on myself. I'm just doing my job. And there's some person that for whatever reason, they have it out against me. They just, for whatever reason, there's always this person that just like, you know, they chose that they want to pick on me for whatever reason. Like they hate me. They don't like me. I don't know why. I didn't do anything to them. And so, you know, you're having to deal with drama. You're having to deal with some bullshit. And if it's not a word, I'm just giving you guys examples here, right? It's like, okay, somebody's doing something to you and you're minding your own business. But the solution is still the same. You can't control if somebody breaks into your house. You can't control if that person at work doesn't like you. You can't control if your boss is an asshole and isn't fair. Your boss treats you poorly and treats everybody else great, but you're the one who's the hard worker. You're the one who busts your ass. You're the one who, when someone calls out sick, you pick up their shift. You're the one that's always reliable, doing all the right things, but yet you're the one who gets all the crap. You're the one that gets dumped on. Everybody else gets away scot-free, you know, whatever it is. So We all are having an experience in our life constantly, whether it's within ourselves or whether it's things outside of ourselves. Every single one of us is experiencing something right here, right now in your life that is challenging you in terms of your sovereignty. And what I mean by your sovereignty is, I mean by where you stand in your power. Are you taking power, control over your life, or are you giving it away? Because the minute you stop giving away your power because you think that somebody else is going to change their reality to make yours better, that's where you believe the lie. And I know that really sucks to hear, but it's just the truth. Even people that are well-meaning in your life, even people who come into your life who love you, adore you, cherish you, they want the best for you, even they can't shape your reality perfectly the way that you necessarily want it. So it's not just people who you have arguments or challenges with. It can be people that are in your life that are there to do good things for you. And you can still have those struggles, because it's the same thing. We have to catch ourselves, which is for you, country. In this instance, I'm talking about this captain card. All these other cards are not as, I mean, they're important, but not as important. The captain card is about being the leader of your own life, being the captain, like you're in charge. And when you take charge of your reality and your existence, it won't matter what your family does or doesn't do, what they say, what they don't say, how they act, how they don't act. Because basically you give up what's not yours to control, right? I heard a woman, Byron Katie, says there's like three business. There's my business, there's your business, and then there's God's business, right? Three types of business. There's my business, your business, and God's business. And most people want to be in other people's business and want to be in God's business, right? That's most people. Most people, we want to be in everybody else's business but our own business, right? And that's what this is about. This is about you getting back to you getting back to your sovereignty and your power, and that's what's going to stop this pattern. So you have the unknown here. The unknown is about, there's something here that's tied to uncertainty. The reason that, and this is a human pattern, by the way, no pun intended. One of the reasons that people seek control, or the reason that we get overly focused on things outside of ourselves, has to do with uncertainty. Because when we don't feel certain about things, we want to control them. We want to make them certain. Like, people don't like to live in the unknown. They don't like to live in the unpredictable. They don't like when things feel out of control. So unconsciously, we behave in certain ways to where we can take the unknown and the uncertain and we can collapse it into something we can control. Because that's what the ego likes. That's where we feel safe. We feel comfortable. It's like, okay, now everything feels manageable. Everything feels like it's under my control. I can predict it. And again, most people aren't doing this consciously, by the way. It's just unconscious nervous system reactions to this, 5 million year old brain, or however old the human brain is, that's designed to keep you safe, not to make you happy. But just like the exercise that I went through with Maria, everything still applies to the rest of you, which is, we have to learn that we are not our fucking minds. We are not the ego. We are not our brain. We are not our thoughts. The ego, most of us live in the ego, and we're shaped, our whole lives and our whole identity has been shaped around this unconsciously. And no one teaches us how to take charge of our life, how to, connect to our sovereignty, our divinity, to God, and these things in non-religious, non-woo-woo spiritual bypassing types of ways. Like what is the actual healthy way to do spirituality, right? Like the inner work, the shadow work, all these types of things, different words that mean the same thing. It's like, that's what it's about. Your spirituality, your connection with God is bigger than just ideas and thoughts and religion and all that. It's about going within yourself and connecting to something that is so big and so profound and so powerful that you finally feel secure inside of yourself, so that you don't need control outside of yourself. You don't need to, uncertainty about the world outside of you no longer bothers you. And it might bother you because you're so human, but it doesn't control you. That's what this is about. The influence card in reverse is about the most powerful force in the universe, which is influence. Influence is the most powerful force in the universe because everything is influencing everything. That's all that there is. Influence is the universal language. Everything is influencing everything all the time. And everything that you do and everything that you don't do is based on some form of influence. You're being influenced by forces inside of you and outside of you all the time. And as a result of the forces influencing you, determines the way that you respond in life. You have an urgency to pee, you get influenced by your bladder to go pee. You feel the sensation of, hey, I have to pee. Well, that sensation influences you to get up and go to the bathroom to pee. You have a sensation to eat because you're hungry, right? You go out into the world and you're like, you see an ad, or you see something, you're like, well, I want that thing, I want to buy that thing, or I feel this sensation, this lack of love and desire, so I want a relationship, right? Everything, big or small, in life. You go to the store, you're going down the aisle at the store, you see something you didn't even plan on buying, but you saw it and you stopped and you looked at it and you decided you were going to buy it even though you didn't plan on buying it because it influenced you. You read it, something about that object, the colors, the words, the whatever it was you saw, it influenced you into buying it, right? Everything is a form of influence. Now here's the kick. If you are not the strongest form of influence over your reality, then something else is going to influence you instead. Most people, or sheeple, are going unconsciously through life being guided and influenced by forces outside of themselves constantly. They're being pushed and pulled and tugged in all these different directions. Whatever direction that they're pushed and pulled in, that's the direction that they go. And it's just the matter of who's pulling strongest, whatever force or energy of influence inside of them is pulling them the strongest, that's the direction that they're going to go. It's very predictable. Now, in this instance, when you take your own sovereignty back and you become the strongest form of influence over your life because you become conscious, being a consciously aware human is you, every moment of your day, every moment of your life, you become consciously aware of what's influencing you. You're like, hey, I'm about to make this decision. I'm about to put this in my mouth. I'm about to go over here and do this. I'm about to go interact and do that. Everything throughout the day, you begin to become aware of what's influencing that action or that response. And then now, the more that you become aware of what's influencing you, the more aware that you have over the decisions and choices that you're going to make as a response to the influence or the stimulus that you're experiencing. So in the case with your family, you have to step back and go, okay, how does my family influence me? And why do I feel the way that I feel towards my family? Why is this impacting me? Why is it so important to me? Why do I feel the need to act or behave or do a certain way? Where am I giving my power away instead of remaining true to myself? And knowing what's mine to control and what's mine not to control. And that, hey, it's okay sometimes that even when it's family and, and there's things that you care about and you love, it's not always black and white. And this is another thing that people don't understand about relationships sometimes, is that a lot of people think that love should just be this love should just be this fairy tale unicorn Disney movie bullshit where if you love somebody, you just take it up the ass and you tolerate whatever, right? A lot of us, people who are, that would be attracted to my energy or be attracted to a channel like mine are people who are probably highly sensitive, very compassionate, and hyper empathetic. That's probably most of you out there. Because I highly doubt that many of you would be here, you'd be attracted to my energy if you were something else. Like if you were like a complete selfish, narcissistic, A-type, don't give a fuck, don't feel anything, have no feelings, have no emotions, like you wouldn't be on my channel. You wouldn't you would be listening to what I say. But for those of you that are similar to me, you are hyper empathetic, you are highly sensitive, and you struggle with boundaries in your life because the concept of compassion and love and understanding and nurturing is very, people pleasing and all these things are very challenging to people that are like us, that have our blueprint. And it can feel very, very wrong. It can feel morally wrong to have boundaries. And we have a very dysfunctional definition of love, because most of us have this fairy tale fantasy idea of love that it's unconditional. You just love no matter what. And on paper, that sounds right. On paper, unconditional love sounds right. Like, you should just love no matter what. Okay, well then what about people with Stockholm syndrome? What about people who are raped and abused? Like, at what point do you stop and you draw a line in the sand between trauma and abuse and love? Like, because love would never hurt somebody. Love would never rape somebody. Love would never abuse somebody. Love would never take advantage of somebody. Love would never murder somebody, steal from somebody, betray somebody, cheat on somebody, which is why I started out this whole reading talking about love, truth, and trauma. Because most people think that love is trauma, because trauma is all that they've ever known. So they're like, no, this is what love is. It's like, no, that's trauma. That's not love. That's trauma. And unfortunately, our definition of what love is really rooted in trauma. And it makes it very difficult for us to know what to do when we have connections to people that we love, because we don't know how to have boundaries with ourselves, and so we give our power away. But then we're the ones who are hurting, and we know something's not right because we intuitively feel, well, something feels off here. This doesn't feel right. I'm not being treated well, or I'm hurting and I'm trying to make this other person happy, but no matter how hard I try to make them happy, they're not happy. Or I try to make my family happy, but they're never happy. And I feel like I'm betraying myself by doing so. So I'm confused, because where do I draw the line between self-love and loving other people? So it becomes very, very convoluted and very, very tricky, very confusing. And so what I would like to share with you, country, is that I'm going to challenge you with something. Your number one responsibility right now is to yourself. Your number one responsibility right now, my friend, is to yourself. It's to you confronting this challenge that might be very difficult. Very difficult. Giving yourself permission to think for yourself, believe the way that you need to believe, feel the way that you need to feel, and for you to step away and detach from any chaos, any drama, any expectations, any rules, any opinions, and that can be hard, especially when it's your family, because it's like you want your family to think highly of you, or appreciate you, or to see you, or whatever the case may be. I don't know what your specific situation is, but your message is very clear here. There are things that you can't control that you have to surrender. That's the surrender to resentments energy. Like, it's basically saying, hey, there might be things that may never change. I'm not saying that they will or they won't. I don't know. But let's just assume that there are things that will never change with your family. you have to let those things go because you can't control them. Next is surrendering to setting limits. You saying, hey, you know what? I know that I can't continue to live this way, because we all get what we tolerate, and we all teach people how to treat us, whether it's family or whether it's lovers, it doesn't matter. Every single day, we're teaching people what we're willing to tolerate and what we're not willing to tolerate. And so surrendering to setting limits here is you stepping into your power and saying, hey, if it costs me, if I have to betray myself to make somebody else happy, then that's my non-negotiable, maybe. Again, I'm not speaking for you, but for me, that's where my non-negotiables are. If something is in my life, whether it's my job, whether it's a friend, whether it's family, whether it's a romantic partner, if that person's presence in my life requires me to betray myself, what I know to be absolutely true, not my fears, not my insecurities, not things that not my flaws, I'm human, but if it causes me to betray what I know to be true, then it's a deal breaker. And so you're being asked to do this. You're being asked to look within yourself and to decide not what to do about them, because you can't control them. You can't change them. Only thing that you can control and change is yourself. And the more that you start taking control and integrating a connection within your own sovereignty, your own divinity, and the more you begin to surrender and release all the other expectations and all of that, then your life is going to feel so much more peaceful. That's it. If it costs you your peace, then it's too expensive. But it's deeper than that, because it's not just about finding peace. It's not just about getting to a place where we're seeking comfort. And this is another illusion that all of us have. And I hope I really hope that the rest of you hear me when I say this. If you forget everything else that I say tonight, that's fine. But please hear me when I say this. If you forget anything else I say the rest of the night, no problem. But hear this one thing. Most people are consumed with seeking comfort. Most people, every decision, consciously or unconsciously, is being made to meet one need. And that need is comfort and security. And when we make our life about comfort and security and predictability, certainty, safety, security, what we can predict, what we control, it shrinks and collapses our life into smallness. We are not living out of our divinity. We're not living out of our gifts. We're not living out of prosperity. We're missing opportunities. We're basically just living to die. Every day you wake up, you're just going through a set of unconscious living habits that you are used to, that are comfortable, to get you to the next day, where you're just going to do that all over again. And then you're going to follow those habits again unconsciously to the next day. And you're going to do this day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, until you die. This is the lie of life. Living for comfort and convenience and safety and security is the ultimate lie. And you will die. And I really, really hope that you guys hear me. You will die regretting. You will die regretting that you never lived, because you made your life about comfort and safety and control and convenience. That's not what you're here for. You You are not an expression of God's source, the universe, the divine, coming into this world full of imagination, full of gifts, full of opportunities, full of possibility, to collapse and shrink into this small, tiny little box that feels good because it's comfortable, it's predictable, it's safe, it's certain. So please, 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 please do not make your life about what's comfortable and convenient. And I know that's very challenging because that's what we're wired for. It's part of our human nature to seek comfort, security, convenience, and routine and ritual. And that's why the spiritual journey is, you know, it's intentional, because we have to force ourselves to do things that go against our natural egotistical wiring. It's not impossible. It just takes practice and takes intentionality and takes effort. Anyways, I hope that helped answer your question, Country. I appreciate you being here. All right, so a lot of deep stuff for you guys tonight. Okay, Elaine, you are next. You can ask your question. I want to know why I still hold grudges and won't back down. I was so mad and thinking negative after the legal issue. I want to let go of things that made me mad. Okay. All right. Let's find out. I feel, without having to repeat everything that I just repeated with Country, Elaine, everything that I just said to Country applies to you. It's about your anger that you're feeling, which is human, by the way. So there's no judgment from me about being human. Like anytime we experience an injustice or something that we think is unjust, of course we're going to get angry or sad. Those are the two most common human patterns. Anytime we experience something that we don't want, we'll just categorize it as a negative experience in life, right? It has one of two effects for most people. Either you're a type of person that by default you go towards anger when things feel unfair or unjust, or you're the type of person who defaults to sadness and depression when things don't go your way. And then when we spend too much time in one place or the other, sometimes we'll start to alternate. We'll go into this pattern called a crazy eight, where maybe if let's say you start off in anger, it's like when something happens, you get pissed off and angry. That's how you are by default. Well, you can't stay angry forever, and eventually your anger will turn into another emotion. That's just the way that we're wired. Like people who are sad or depressed and cry, it's like you can't stay sad or depressed or cry forever, because that's a state of vulnerability. Eventually you're going to have your nervous system needs change. So your nervous system's like, well, I'm sad, I'm lonely, I'm crying. Okay, well now, I'm sick and tired of crying and being sad and lonely and vulnerable. So now it's like, well, I got to get some control back, because I've been over here, exposed, wounded, and vulnerable. But now I get tired of that. So now I got to get my control back. Be pissed off and angry. So now you're fired up, right? And that gives us a sense of control again. And then we're pissed off and we're angry, and that doesn't help. And so then we get sad and we go back into victim and woe is me. So people go through this cycle. So it's important to understand the pattern, is why I'm sharing this with you. Because it's a normal human pattern that almost every person at some point in life goes through. Some people live in that pattern often. And, unless somebody points it out to you when it's happening or it's occurring, you'll never have an awareness that you do this. But it's very destructive, because what ends up happening is, as you alternate through these patterns of emotions, you become addicted to them. And that's the beginning of the beginning of a trauma bond isn't you and another person. A trauma bond doesn't begin with you and somebody else. A trauma bond begins with the trauma inside of you. You have to bond with your trauma first. So when you and your trauma create a relationship together, that's the trauma bond. And so then what happens is, the trauma bond that you have within yourself, you start looking for it unconsciously in other people. I'm not saying you specifically, Elaine, I'm just giving you an example that this is how a trauma bond works. And so if we're not careful and we leave these patterns left, in the unconscious realm, we're not aware of the patterns that we're running in our lives, then we will become addicted to that pattern. We will create a bond with that pattern. That bond will become a trauma bond, which is just an addiction to a set of unhealthy patterns and behaviors that we have within ourselves. That's all a trauma bond really is. And then we will begin to go out into the world and project that trauma bond onto people, places, and things outside of us. Because you can have a trauma bond with something more than just another person. People think trauma bonds are just between people. That's not true. You can have a trauma bond with an animal. You can have a trauma bond with a substance. You can have a trauma bond with an invisible friend. You can have a trauma bond with your thoughts. You can have a trauma bond with anything. So your first card is surrender your ego, which is the number one cause to everything. It's when the ego gets involved. So for you, Elaine, the anger that you're experiencing in regards to your legal issue has everything to do with giving your power away. Because you're dealing with something that you feel is outside of your control. And because you're not liking the result that you're getting to the thing that's outside of your control, it's influencing you to have an experience that you don't want to have. You're feeling something that you don't want to feel because you don't want to feel angry, you don't want to feel pissed off, you don't want to feel uncertain, you don't want to have to worry about what's going on with this legal situation and all these different things. Right? There's a famous verse in the Bible, teaching, where Jesus said, when someone slaps you on one side of the cheek, you turn to them the other. Very famous Bible verse, right? Turn the other cheek, as everybody knows it. Here's what people don't understand about that verse, and it applies to all of us, not just you, Elena, but it applies to all of us. Turning the other cheek isn't about taking it up the ass. It's not about, hey, if somebody comes to you and they treat you like shit, you just turn the other cheek and pretend like it didn't happen, and you just keep going on with your life, and you just keep acting like everything is okay. And okay, turn the other cheek. I forgive them. I let it go. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. That's not what that means. But that's how people teach it. What turn the other cheek actually means is self-sovereignty. If somebody walks up to you and they strike you on one side of the face, Jesus says you turn to them the other side, which means that you're showing that person, you don't get to control me and how I behave. The teaching is about our response and our reaction to things that are affecting us outside of us. That is the lesson of turn the other cheek. Are you reacting to everything that is occurring in your life? Are you constantly in reaction? If something happens to you, do you just react to it powerlessly? Somebody comes up to you and they gossip or you, they talk shit about you, or they say something nasty to you, they cut you off when you're driving and they trigger you, and you're like, well, someone comes up to you and says, fuck you. You're like, well, fuck you too. If someone pushes you, do you push them back? Like, if I know, if I'm smart enough, I'm paying attention to you, Elaine, and I spend time with you and I learn your buttons. I learn your triggers. And I'm like, okay, I know that if I say this and if I do that to Elaine, she's gonna freak the fuck out. That means that I have power over you, because it means that I can predict what you're going to do based on the way that I treat you, which means I have power over you. You don't have power over yourself. I have power over you, because I can predict what you're going to do whenever I do something that upsets you or triggers you. That's how most people are. Most people are just constantly living in reaction to life. They do something to you and you react. Something happens, you get a bad phone call, you get a flat tire, your legal situation doesn't go the way that you want, and you react. You react. That's you giving your power away. What Jesus was saying is, when you are standing in your power, no one or no thing can make you do anything. That's what Jesus was saying. No one or no thing can make you do anything. That's the difference between being a powerful person or a powerless person. A powerless person lives in reaction, constant reaction. Something happens, I react, knee-jerk reaction, react. A powerful person chooses their reaction. The powerful person says, okay, smack me on the face, push me, cut me off in traffic, tell me I'm a piece of shit, tell me I'm this, tell me I'm that, give me the bad, the injustice. I didn't do this, I didn't deserve it, but I have to get the punishment, I have to accept the crime. I'm at work and I'm dealing with a shitty boss. My boss picks on me, abuses me, takes advantage of me. It's not fair. I get treated like shit. Right? Name your situation in your life, whatever it is. The minute that you stop reacting, the minute that you start controlling yourself, is the minute that you get all of your power back. That's turn the other cheek. Because Jesus is like, do it. That's what he was saying. Jesus was saying, you can do whatever you want to me. You can accuse me. You can crucify me. Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. You can betray me. Judas, Peter. You can do whatever you want to me. But you are not going to change who I am, because the way that I react is an extension of who I am. And that's for all of you. The way that you go about your life, the way that you react, and the way that you respond in your life is an extension of who you are. So if you're living in reaction, that's an expression, an extension of saying, I don't know who I am, because I'm reacting aimlessly. I feel like I'm not in control. My reaction, my responses just come out of nowhere. They're not conscious. I don't think them through. they're triggered responses, and I'm just, whatever happens in life, that's whatever reaction. I'm just in response to life. Life is happening to me. I'm a victim of life and my circumstances. Something bad happens to me, then I'm just in reaction to life happening to me. And that's a really powerless place to live. Why is it a powerless place to live? Because it means that you'll never be happy unless life gives you a reason to be happy. You'll constantly be living in, waiting for experiences outside of you, circumstances to change outside of you to make you happy. And then when life, these external experiences that you're having, isn't ideal for what would make you happy, then you won't be happy. You'll be sad, you'll be miserable, and all these things, because you're just constantly reacting to external stimulus. Oh my God, 2020, COVID, coronavirus, and this, that, and well, my life sucks now. My partner, they're not treating me right anymore. Now I'm miserable. My spouse broke up with me, they left me, and they cheated on me. I'm miserable. My boss is an asshole, but I can't get another job. I have to deal with this asshole boss, and my life is miserable. Like, every single one of us has to deal with some bullshit in life that we can't control. And if you give your power away to the bullshit in life that you can't control, and you're defining your happiness based on shit that you can't control, then you're guaranteed to live a miserable life. That's what that is saying. So the only way for us to be sure and certain that we can have any type of comfort, fulfillment, success, desire, getting what we want out of life, is by taking our power back and saying, okay, it has to stop. I have to stop giving my power away to things outside of me and crossing my fingers and hoping that maybe the stars will fucking align and I'm just going to wake up one day and I'm going to hit the jackpot and I'm going to meet the man or the woman of my dreams. All the money's going to come to me. I'm going to get the perfect job and everything's just going to, magically flow together and I'm going to end up at where I think that I should be. That's the way most people live their life. It's lottery mentality. I'm going to get rich. So let me go buy a lottery ticket because the Powerball is up to $500 million. It's like, okay, well, but you didn't win. And you're probably not going to because the odds are against you. And that's not the way to get rich in life. Like, play the lottery your whole life and never win shit. Like, I've just scratch-off tickets. Like, I got, one time I won 100 scratch-off tickets at this job that I had. Because they had this thing at work where every time that we got a sales lead, you would get a scratch-off ticket. And I was like, this is cool. So I busted my ass and I got 100 leads in 1 month and I got 100 scratch-off tickets. Like, I think they were like $1 scratch-off tickets. So the value of these 100 scratch-off tickets was $100. Do you know how much money I won off of $100 scratch-off worth of scratch-off tickets? I won $20. I got $20 in my pocket for $100 worth of scratch-offs. Now, I didn't pay for those. I won those, so I got those scratch-off tickets for free. So basically, I got $20 in my pocket. Now, if I had paid for those $100 scratch-off tickets, I would have lost $80. But that's how most people play life. Most people are going through life playing the scratch-off ticket, thinking, well, if I scratch this one off, it's exciting because it's unknown. What if this scratch-off I win $1 million? Oh, wait, it's another toxic relationship. Fuck. Scratch this one off. Oh, wait, it's another dead-end, deadbeat job. Scratch this one off. Oh, wait, I'm broke and I don't have any more money either because I'm terrible with my finances and my credit sucks and I'm living from paycheck to paycheck and I maxed out all my credit cards. Scratch off the next one. Oh, wait, I don't like the way that I look because I'm 100 pounds over because I eat shit all the time and I don't move my body. And I don't want to go and sweat and grind at the gym and clean up my eating to change the way that I look. scratch this one off. Like, we got to get real. I know I'm in some kind of mood tonight, but it's just, it is what it is. It's the truth. So Elaine, she's like, so I should let go of my ego. I'm not here to tell you, Elaine, what to do. I'm not here to tell any of you guys what to do. I'm just here to read the energy and the messages that come through me, as I always am. I'm not here. Eddie is Eddie. What I believe, who I am, what I believe, how I function, how I operate is me and my life. My beliefs, my values, my perception of reality, my experiences are not here to be projected onto you guys. I'm not a cult leader. I'm not an expert. I'm not Jesus. I'm not Gandhi. I'm not Sadhguru. I'm not fucking Eckhart Tolle. I'm not Teal Swan. I'm not whoever the fuck. whoever the big wigs are in 2026. I am not those people. But I am someone who is open to receiving messages and understands some things in life. And I'm just here to share those messages with you because you guys are open to receive them. That's why you're here. And I convince myself when I come on here that I can do this some other way. And because I know that a lot of you are sitting there thinking, well, God damn, dude, you talk so much and you're long-winded and he never shuts up and and I understand. Like, I'm very aware of my presence. I'm very aware, and it's, it's very nerve-wracking, because before I sit down and I hit record to come out here and do this, I have to go through a whole process of decluttering my ego and my insecurities and all these things that get in my way, because I'm comparing myself to, well, I'm not this person, not that. What right do I have to say this? And I have to go through this whole fucking battle to just sit in this chair, turn this camera on, and do this for free, mind you. my time for free, but because it's my gift, because I care and I want to serve people, and I want people to not be suffering. I want people to connect to their power. I want people to connect to their truth. I want people to know and experience the one thing that I know and experience as true, which is you don't have to accept powerlessness and limitedness in your life. You don't have to believe that you just stuck being the same person and that nothing in your life can change. And that these concepts of spirituality and all this is just some weird woo-woo bullshit. It's astrology charts and tarot cards and crystals and tattoos and incense and blah. Like, no. It's a change of who you are. And when you change who you are, you change your life. Like, this shit works. It's real. Like healing and doing the work actually works, believe it or not. But you just actually have to heal and do the work to get the result. And as somebody who's obsessed, he's made his life's work obsessing and doing the work, I come out here to try to share that with you all, not to tell you anything. So I'm not here to tell you, Elaine, to get out of your ego. I'm just here to hopefully guide you to what you feel is the truth or the new answer that you're searching for. And these cards are just guides. These cards are just other forms of information to guide you to the answer that's right for you. And so, we have surrender your ego. You have the King of Wands, you have the Hierophant, and you have the Ace of Wands, and you have the Page of Pentacles. So the King of Wands, I feel, represents the ego in this. It's in your situation, it's what it's a metaphor and an archetype for what it is that you feel is just for you. The Hierophant is based on beliefs. So this is representing your belief about what you think is just and fair. And so when reality doesn't match your blueprint, your belief for what you think is just and fair, guess what happens? You experience injustice. You experience what we call, well, that's not fair. But it's not fair based on who? Based on you, based on who? Like, you know, because what somebody else thinks is fair may not be the same thing that you think is fair. Because fairness is subjective to the person that's experiencing what it is that they think is fair. That's what this is saying. It's saying, you know, what is fair, Elaine? Have you sat and thought about what's really fair? Or are you just having a reaction to something you think isn't fair? Then you have the Ace of Wands. Now, I want to point out here, the Ace of Wands is, these two cards are the cards that matter the most for you, Elaine. The Ace of Wands here for you, the hand coming out of the clown is always the divine, offering us something new, which is why it's the ace, because the aces are all about opportunities. They're not certainty. They're not givens. It's the divine handing us. The hand out of the cloud is symbolic of the divine handing us something that's new that we get to work with. So what the divine is saying is that, yes, there could be injustice. Yes, there could be this anger. Yes, you do have this passion. Yes, you do have this energy. Because that's all that all emotion is just energy. And we get to decide how we're going to channel that energy. You can channel anger into harm, frustration, self-deprecation. You could channel anger into action, inspiration, motivation, and clarity. So it's not you're just powerless. You have to be pissed off and angry. The divine is saying you get to decide what you do with that energy. What are you going to do with the energy that you have? What are you going to do with all that tension inside of you, that anger? How can you alchemize that anger and turn it into something else? That's what the Page of Pentacles is asking you. If you were to take, and look, I can't make this up, underneath it is literally the Magician, which is literally the alchemist. You could transform this anger that you're experiencing into something tangible that's beneficial and useful. You could turn this into a seed that you could plant into something that would return and would give you a return on an investment instead of taking something from you. Because right now, this powerlessness of being in your ego and just being pissed off at something isn't serving you, it's not helping you, and it's not benefiting you or anyone else. So if you were to transform that, turn the lead into gold, take that energy, transform it into something beneficial, then you could repurpose it into something meaningful. And whatever that is something that would benefit you and make you happy or bless somebody else. So instead of focusing on the injustice, focusing on what you could do with that energy and say, how can I be a blessing to somebody else? That's what the divine is asking you. What do you have? How can you take this energy and use it and become a blessing for somebody else? Because the minute that you start to bless somebody else, you're going to learn something that's going to transform your mindset and your viewpoint about what the injustice was, and it's going to transform that whole situation for you. And you're going to view that situation, and you're going to experience that situation in a way that you could have never experienced it before. And I would venture to guess that it's not even going to be a big deal to you anymore. Because the minute that you start serving something greater than yourself, contributing to something bigger than yourself, all that injustice is going to melt away, and you're like, you know, it doesn't even matter anymore. Mother Teresa, I can have nothing and go and make my life about serving people who have nothing. A woman whose legacy is literally built on, I chose to have nothing and go serve people who have nothing. So take that for what you will. Okay, who's next? I didn't know it was going to be so intense tonight. I should know better by now. Gina is next. Every time I get in here, I'm like, can we just be like, why can't I just have a normal tarot channel where I just throw some 3 fucking cards down and, you know, give you the meaning of the card. Oh, look, it's the 3 of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups, and look, you have new love coming in, and oh, this person's thinking about you, blah blah blah. Like I can't have that. Why can't I have that channel? It's just so easy. I got to have all the serious shit. Gina, Gina, Gina. Gina, if you were here. What message of truth do I need to know right now in my current situation in love and relationships? Anything I might not be seeing as I need to see it. Just honest message like you always do. Thank you, Gina. I really actually appreciate you, because I know you're one of the few rare people that is straight up. You're down with the truth. You're down with all the things, and I appreciate that. Jean is my twin flame. She always knows when I'm coming on. Connected to Jean in the ether realms. Oh, shit. We got first card out for you, Jean, is surrender denial. You're in denial about something. Say it's not true. Oh, boy. Okay, so there's something you're not seeing that you're in denial about. And I think what this is saying, Gina, is, and again, I struggle with this. I'm like the worst person in the world when it comes to being guilty. Pattern that I've had in my entire life that I still, unfortunately, have not mastered, which is seeing the potential in somebody, falling for the potential, and thinking that, okay, what this person, the appearance of what I sense this person to be is who they can become. And if I can just love this person enough, then they will become the person that I know that they can be, which never, ever, ever works out. You can never, and this is, and unfortunately, something that I've had to learn the hard way, which is, I used to believe in all the fairy tale, unicorn, Disney bullshit that love was enough, you know? And I learned the hard way, and I'm still unfortunately having to learn the hard way, that love isn't enough. It should be enough. We wished it could be enough. And if we were all taking control and power and sovereignty over our lives, it would be enough, because we would all understand what real love is. But since most people are living out of their ego and they're disconnected from their heart and their emotions in any sense of what fucking true love actually is, we're not experiencing love, because love and connection are 2 different things. Love and connection are not the same thing. 99.9% of humanity are in connections. You have a connection with somebody. And because you feel emotions that are intense and strong, you think that that's love. But it's not love. Because true love is unconditional. True love is unconditional, which means free, no strings attached, no expectations, no conditions. It's freely given, and it's freely given. That's it. No strings. And it's not, there's no expectations, there's no boundaries, there's no limits. We don't give love with any expectation of, did this person want it? Did they receive it? And if they did want it and they did receive it, am I going to get something back? Because that's an expectation. True spiritual love is unconditional. It's a gift. You just give it. And what's interesting, what I find is interesting, is that we do something like we're very hypocritical. All humans are hypocritical. Because we do something with animals that we don't do with other human beings. And maybe children sometimes. But people will see, you'll find an animal at a shelter, and people they'll see this fucked up, beat down, animal that's been abused, tortured, ran over, starving, and it's been abandoned, and people will go to a shelter and they'll see this wretched animal that has nothing to give them, and they will feel compassion for this creature, and they will love it. They will take it home in its broken, fucked up state, just like it is, and they will love it unconditionally. Now, what's interesting is, if you were to do that with a human, then all of a sudden the whole game changes. See, if you love a toxic, broken human being, then now you're in a trauma bond. Now you're in its attachment, right? Oh, they're an avoidant, they're a dismissive, they're a fearful avoidant, they're a dismissive avoidant, they're anxious, they're this, they're that. Like all of a sudden, it's not socially acceptable to love the unlovable when it's human to human. It's only socially acceptable to love when it's human to an animal or a creature or something else, or a child, which ironically is a human, because once that child grows up and they become an adult, it's like they grow out of that phase of, they get that free pass of, oh, but they're a kid, we should just love them no matter what because they're a kid. It's like, but they won't be a kid forever. So there's this weird thing where we as humans, we have made this decision about what's acceptable in terms of who and what deserves love. A wretched animal in a shelter, they deserve unconditional love, hands down. They've got nothing to give you. You take that animal home, you take care of it, you love, and maybe it becomes healthy and acceptable and friendly and sociable. Maybe it stays fucked up. Who knows? But that animal has nothing to give you. But it's acceptable. And if you tell people that story, they're all emotional and crying, oh, this is such a beautiful story. Oh, they're such a good person. Look what they took this animal home and they treated, they winged it back to life and they loved it unconditionally. But if you go out and you find some toxic person, a human, an adult who's all fucked up, and you take that person home and you try to unconditionally love them, then all of a sudden, everything is different. And I find that very interesting. I find it very interesting how human beings, how we've all been hypnotized into this belief of who and what deserves true love. And I don't believe that true love is conditional. I believe true love is unconditional. And I believe what people are calling love is connection. And connection and condition and true love are two different things. Connection is very conditional. Connection is a contract. Connection is, hey, giving to receive, reciprocity, equality. What's in it for me? I give you something, you better give it back to me. Like if I'm coming here and I'm doing this for you, you will do some shit for me too. I have expectations. When I come into this relationship, this is what I expect. I expect you to do this, 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 and this, and you better not do that, that, and that. And if you really love me, you're going to know to do this and you're going to do that. And if you really love me, you're not going to do this and you're not going to do that. That's not love. That's ego. That's connection. That's trading. You're just making a contract. Unconditional love is unconditional. And very few people are capable of unconditional love, because very few people can grow beyond the ego to get to a place to where they're so secure within themselves that they don't need anything outside of themselves to have love. Now, how does all of this play in for you, Gina? With this being fragile here, everything seems to be the last straw for you. You're like my soul sister, because your sensitivity is your blessing and your curse, just like it is mine. My sensitivity is my blessing and my curse. It's like, on one hand, being highly sensitive, it has so many powerful and profound things that I would never give up, I'd never trade. But when it comes to other things, it sucks, because I can't tolerate things that other people can tolerate. And I feel things that other people can't feel. And the impact and the weight and the intensity of the way that those things affect me, other people can't identify with. And it makes it very hard to see clearly when it comes to matters of the heart, because when I feel something, I feel it times 100. And so I'm more of a heart on my shoulder person. I imagine you are too, if I had to guess. And so we wear our hearts on our sleeves, and we put our logical thinking in the back seat, and we tend to go based on what we feel, but what we feel isn't calibrated to balancing what's true. And so that's why we end up in these weird, we end up in these toxic situations where we can't see the red flags, even though the red flags are staring us in the face. And so we betray ourselves almost every single time, and we end up right back at square one going, how did I end up back here again? Why do I always not see the red flags? Why do I always end up doing the same thing? But also knowing that you've been doing the work and we've been trying different things, like, I can relate to all of that. And so what I've learned is that we have to, people like us that are very sensitive, we have one of the curses, one of the parts of the curses of being highly sensitive is that we have to do something other people don't have to do a lot of the times. Is we have to be like 10 times more conscious of what it is we're choosing when it shows up, because everything that shows up always looks like it's the perfect thing. Like, if I'm being completely honest, that's how I look back in my relationships. It's like when I meet somebody, it's like, oh, they're all the things. And then you get into the relationship and then you realize, oh, they're not all the things for one reason or another. And eventually you start to learn, okay, well, I see my pattern now, and I see that no matter who comes into my life, I'm always going to be confronted with this, I'm just going to have to be aware of the fact that I realize that, okay, like, I'm going to have this experience where this person comes in and I wear my heart on my sleeve, and it's going to hijack my reality, and I'm going to think that this person is the greatest thing. And I just haven't spent enough time with this thing to find out that it's not the perfect thing. And logically, I know this, right? But knowing something and changing a pattern of behavior are two different things. So for you, my friend, this is what I call kind of like tough love, but tough love on yourself. You have to begin to cultivate a part of you that is more of, for you, would be more of like a Queen of Swords. Because you're like more of like the Queen of Cups right now. You're more into your feelings, you're more into your emotions and your sensitivity. And the Queen of Cups energy has been ruling your life. What you need is to cultivate the Queen of Swords. You need to bring her out. We all have different parts of ourselves. And you're going to have to bring that Queen of Swords energy out of you. It's kind of like the bouncer. So like, you know, you go to the club, there's the person out, you know, you got to get through the security person. It's like, well, you know, your clubhouse doesn't have security. The door is just wide open. And so the Queen of Swords, you need to recruit within yourself. You need to build up this part of you that can be tougher on yourself in terms of like discerning, for lack of better words. And so with this person specifically, I don't know, this person, obviously, I feel whoever you're talking about, they've gone through either a divorce, or they've been divorced, or they've gone through some shit here with the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. But there's a second energy attached to this for you, Gina, which is this person is not, they don't want commitment. They don't want anything long-term. And the reason that they don't want commitment, and the reason they don't want something long-term, is because they've gone through something before and it failed and it hurt them. And they made a vow and they made a pact within themselves that they were never going to let that happen to them again. So what you're getting right now is the Page of Wands, which is the fun, the flirty, the exciting. Hey, I just want to have fun. I just want to be happy. It's superficial, it's surface level. It's fun, exciting, it's flirty. It might be good in bed. I don't know. That's subjective, but it's immature. Six of Pentacles. I'm not going to lie to you. If this is what you want, then you could find some degree of harmony. You would have to accept this person for who they are and what they're willing to give you. And if you're willing to accept this person for who they are and what they're willing to give you, then you could have a pseudo relationship. You have the Hierophant here. The Hierophant energy for you in your reading is symbolic of having kind of like, it's kind of like, it's like people who have E&M relationships, ethical, non-monogamous relationships, or polyamorous relationships. There's all these different ways that people have learned to have trauma bonds, basically. Like, because again, we're talking about connection. We're not talking about love. This isn't love, by the way. Whatever this is not love. It'll never be love. It'll never be love. But you can have connection with this person. You can have a connection with this person, and that's an agreement. And if you can have an agreement with this person, if you're willing to set the agreement that you want to have with this person, you can have it. But you'll have to work that out with this person. You'll have to basically sit down with them and say, okay, this is what I'm willing to do. This is what I'm not willing to do. This is what I expect, and this is what I don't expect. That's what the Six of Pentacles and the Hierophant is about. It's just saying, hey, if you're willing to sit down and write out the terms to the contract, so to speak, then that's what you can get. But you have to be honest, and you have to tell this person, like, okay, you know, you don't want to be married, you don't want to be committed, you don't want to be tied down, all that. You want to have a casual relationship, basically. You know, that's what this is. And if you're willing to have a casual relationship with this person, then it could be fulfilling up to the level that 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 type of relationship can give you. So for lack of better words, like, this relationship could be fulfilling up to a point. And if you're willing to be fulfilled up to that point and say, okay, well, something's better than nothing, you know, like on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is like absolute, utterly fulfilled. It's everything that I want, that I really want. And this person is going to give me like a 4 or a 5. Am I willing to accept a 4 or a 5 out of a 10? And if you're willing to accept a 4 or 5 fulfillment out of 10 possibility, then this relationship could be fulfilling for you. But the divine is saying surrender to denial. What does that mean? It means, hey, you just need to stop. You just need to be honest about what it is you're going to be getting if you say yes to this. And if you're willing to be honest, and you're willing to be conscious, and you're willing to choose what you're willing to get from this, and you're willing to say yes to it, then that's what you're going to get. And then you won't be in denial about it. And so then when that's exactly what you get, and you don't get anything more, then you won't feel frustrated, you won't feel upset, you won't feel sad, or you'd be like, hey, I'm getting exactly what I knew this person could give me, and not one drop more, because of the 6 of Pentacles. And this person can give you that. This person can give you up to whatever that limit is. But anything more than that is out of the question. Meaning that this person can only and will only give you so much. But it's up to you to decide if what this person can give you is the amount that you actually want or need to be fulfilled. And only you can decide that. It's a very tense energy. Somebody is some super tense energy. Gina, I feel your pain, my sister. As a man, I find myself confronted with those same feelings sometimes. Sometimes I feel like women. I can't find a woman that wants to be forever and monogamous and loyal and faithful. So trust me, you know, there are dudes out there that do want the same thing. There may not be many of them, but they are out there. They're just, you know, it's just, I guess it's a numbers game. I don't know. I don't have the answer. Donations are open for those of you that are asking in the chat. Are there donations available? Yes, you can donate if you would like to skip the queue, and you will be prioritized if you would like to make a donation. But that's completely up to you. Otherwise, Diamond Girl, you are next. Diamond Girl, you can ask your question. The Gothic Empress. That's a cool name. See, I just need to find a super cool, down-to-earth Gothic Empress chick. Somebody just made a donation because I just saw it hit the phone. She posted. Donated for a full. Okay. So Gothic Empress just donated. Thank you for your donation. What's your question? What would you like? How can I help you? How can I help you today? Welcome to Chick-fil-A. she posted? Am I not seeing the question? You scroll up. I see the donation, but I don't see the question. Gina, you're not going to be too old. Aren't you a Virgo? Yes, I am. Look at you. Look at you. The Gothic Empress coming out here, calling out my sun sign. I don't know how you know that, but maybe the Gothic Empress doesn't tell her secrets. She knew I was a Virgo, though, somehow. She says, don't ask me how I know that. Well, okay. I won't ask. I won't ask you how you know. I won't ask you how you know. It's probably not that hard to figure out. You know, birthdays posted all over the interwebs. She did her homework. Yeah, well, you know, homework is important. Maybe the Gothic Empress is the Empress that's been showing up in all my readings. Maybe this is a moment of fate and destiny colliding, collapsing into a moment of truth. She's like, it's the table. It's how spotless it is. Yes, that's right. Oh, I know. Is this Whitney? I bet this is Whitney. I bet this is Whitney. She just gave it away. It's the table. How spotless it is. I bet this is Whitney, if I had to guess. She's like, no, my name is Denise. Okay, I was wrong. I never claimed to be a psychic. No, she's D. Look at y'all. Y'all know more about her than Denise. Y'all know more about Denise than I do. Well, welcome, Denise. Hot damn. Star of the show tonight. Let's get it on. Y'all ain't know about nothing till the Gothic Empress shows up in the chat. Then shit starts getting real around here. She's like, Jean's like, I've known her for years. See, Jean's got friends in high places and she don't introduce. She's just like, I got all these friends, you know. But I ain't going to introduce nobody to nobody. Jean's like, I ain't introducing nobody to nobody. I'm just going to spill them beans and let them show up and do what they going to do. She's like, I'm frazzled. I forgot my question. Oh, well, by God. Girl, you just drop your phone number when you ready. What you doing Friday night? Where you live, girl? What you doing? What you doing? WYD. What is Samuel? Oh, shit. Just shattered my dreams, man. Just shattered my dreams. Gothic Empress, man. Shit. Just shattered my dreams, man. I thought we had a thing. Girl, you rolled up into my chat. I thought you had a thing. Coming in here all like, coming in here all sneaky and Gothic, man. Like just my rolling up on me like that. My mind's all going places and thinking like start fantasizing and shit, you know. All right. Samuel. Boy, got all Samuel out here. Well, I hope he knows what the hell he doing. He got the Gothic Empress coming up here asking questions about his ass. Hell did he? Which ones we won't do? I'm gonna try to keep. I'm gonna try to keep my jealousy out this reading. I'm just gonna be real. I'm gonna try to keep that jealousy out this reading. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to keep my jealousy out this reading. Get your energy out that reading, that jealousy out. Get it out. Old Samuel. We could pretend my name's Samuel. What you think about that? Wait, are you lying to me? How many Eddies you know? Man, look at this. You got Eddies. You got all the Eddies. The Gothic Empress got all the Eddies. Damn. All right. Got an Eddie over here, an Eddie over there. You got a little Eddie over there. And she just like the Gothic Empress over here hoarding all the damn Eddies, man. She got all of us. All right. I'm finna hit you with something you didn't even see coming. Diamond Girl's peacing out. She's like, I can't do this shit no more. Diamond Girl out. She out, everyone. She had enough. But I'm fixing over here. I'm fixing to hit this Gothic Empress with something y'all ain't never seen coming. About old Samuel. About old Samuel over here. Come on. Give me all the deets. I gotta know where I stand. Tell me this man is toxic as hell. Tell me it's going in. Tell me he don't want her. Tell me he's just going on with his life. Tell me he got 5 other women he wants. He's all, entangled with and meshed with. Tell me all that. Come on now. Help me out here, Spirit. We got the Gothic Empress here. She don't need that man. She don't need him. Old Samuel. Old Samuel. Now come on, Gene. Don't you start backing on me now. You're supposed to have my back. Gene, you're supposed to have my back, girl. You're supposed to be texting her right now, blowing her up. You're supposed to be saying all the good things, blowing me up, making me look good, talking good about me. Be telling her like, man, you just don't know this man. This guy is something crazy. Like he's like this unicorn from some other dimension and shit. He's not like them other Eddies. He's not like them other Eddies. Trust me on that. He's got a tarot channel. He does all this weird. He talks for hours and shit. You know. Man, I thought Gene had me. I thought Gene had my back. Thought she had my back with Gothic Empress. We were supposed to be listening to AFI together. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to get in some good Gothic shit together. I ain't even got a tattoo. You know what? I get a tattoo for you, girl. What you want? What kind of tattoo should I get? What's my first tattoo? I ain't even got one. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for the right woman to come into my life to get my first tattoo. I've been waiting. And here you come rolling up into my chat. And when you come back to my live, or when I see you Friday, when we go on our date, I'm gonna have a big old Gothic Empress tribal band, some shit, something. I'm gonna have something. The whole world gonna know we's twin flames. We twinning. You hear what I'm saying? You think I'm bullshitting. I ain't bullshitting you. The whole world gonna know we twin flaming. We twin flaming, girl. The whole world gonna know. How do I know that? Because your whole life you've been surrounded by Eddies, which is a foreshadow, meaning you were supposed to meet me because my name is Eddie. And then we were supposed to start twinning it up, doing our twin thing, and doing the Gothic thing. I'll take you as the hot topic right now. You want a first date hot topic? Girl, I got it figured out. Don't forget I even ruined the first date. I told you what it is. Forget I said anything. I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna surprise you with some shit. I'm gonna surprise you with some shit. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you this reading that you pay for first. Yeah, we're gonna do this reading now. We're gonna get into this reading now with old Samuel. Because he don't know what he doing. Shit. If he knew what he was doing, you guys would done be together. You wouldn't be getting no reading about Samuel. If he knew what he was doing, you wouldn't be asking no questions about no Samuel. That's for sure. But hey, I'm going to give it to you no how. I'm going to give it to you anyway. That's what I'm here to do. 3 cards about Samuel, please. See right here, we got the secretive card. See that shit right there? I try to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, man. Come on, man. I wasn't trying to do this to you, man. So you must be the Aries. Somebody's an Aries. I got this Queen of Wands here. And if you hanging out with Jean, she a Leo, you fire signs hanging out together. You looking all, see, you don't look too goth right there. You look kind of badass, like a Shira right there. I like that goth hair though. I ain't gonna lie about that. Goth hair looking good right there. But here you are, somebody. We got a Queen of Wands right here. We got that Aries. So we got Leo, Sagittarius, Aries here. She's an Aquarius. Okay, I see that in the chat. So she ain't get the fire. I mean, you got the fire, but you ain't a fire. You know what I'm saying? Then we got this 7 of Swords, which cracks right there with that secretive. I don't like that. I don't know what's going on with that, but we're going to find out. I don't like it. I don't know what's going on here. And then we got this. And then at the bottom of the deck, we got the Ace of Cups. Okay. So let's talk about Samuel. Not to be confused with Eddie. Not to be confused with Eddie. But we're going to talk about Samuel. What's missing? What am I missing here? I'm missing this. Okay, that was a lot, but okay. Let me get all the cards. Ugh. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe y'all got something. Maybe I can't compete. I can't compete with Samuel. He got you wedding rings. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about no wedding rings. Okay. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guy. Just do. I just use this one. We got it out here. All right. No, don't mess it up. Clean table. I'm a Virgo. All right. Why is that 7 of Swords and secretive here? What's the secret? What's the secret? What's the secret? Okay. I don't understand. What's the secret? Man, we got a lot of Aries. Is he in Aries? Somebody's in Aries. We got Aries energy like crazy. What's going on with him? 5 of Swords. Okay. He's hiding his feelings. I see now. I got it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Mr. Samuel wasn't doing something shady secret. But as far as I can tell, he behaving. But he ain't showing, he's not being vulnerable or expressing who he is. But neither are you. Neither are you, Missy, Miss Gothic Empress. So where to begin? All right. So you guys are both like the A types. I get A type energy that is drawn to each other. So you're both in this very, whether you realize it or not, you're both in this, you both have this energy going on here. Now forget that this says Aries, even though there's a lot of Aries energy here. Because we had that Emperor that came out a second ago when I was asking about the secretive shit. We have the Divine Masculine, which is the Emperor card. But I feel like what's going on here is, because he came out as, when I was pulling on this a second ago, the King of Wands came out, and we had the Queen of Wands here. So you're both very drawn to each other, because of, how do I say this? It's the vibe you give off with each other. You guys have a very similar, I don't take shit and I don't care about what people think. There's just a very, how do I describe it? You guys are very like, you just give off a vibe, but you just don't give a shit, like what people think. I don't know how else to describe it. There's just this vibe of like, and I'm not, please hear me, I'm not saying that this is who you are or how you really are. I'm just describing the vibe. I'm just describing the vibe. But you have this energy of a very like, there's a, it's kind of like a fuck you energy, but it's not like you're being mean or a bad person, but it's just kind of like I don't know, it feels kind of punk rock. It's just kind of very like, you know, fuck you, fuck the establishment, fuck, like, it's like, yeah, I guess individualistic is a good word for it. It's better than my words. A lot better than my words, but you guys are attracted to each other because you both have a similar vibe. And so people like other people who are like themselves. And so there's an aura or a charisma or magnetism about the way that he is in the King of Wands energy, but then the way that he sees you is he sees you the same way. And I understand, because that's the energy that you rolled up into my chat with. And so even though I was horsing around with you and playing around with you, metaphorically, it wasn't, because I could feel that that's the energy that you have. So you have a very, whether you intend to or not, you give off a very seductive energy. And seductive energy doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to just be like a sexual thing. Like when people think of seduction, they immediately think of just sexuality. It's not that. It's an aura of magnetism. It's something that catches your eye. It calls attention to itself. And it doesn't mean that it's bad. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just an energy. Like you're meant, part of the reason that you incarnated here, whether depending on what you believe, is to draw attention to yourself. And that's not always bad, depending on how you use it or what your awareness is to it. You know, everything is good or bad. It's up to us to decide what we do with that. But you have a natural energy of drawing attention to yourself. And so does this guy. So you both have this energy, but it's very unique. And that's why you guys have a strong connection here. So this is the Divine Masculine card. This is summer. This card underneath here, June 21st through August 5th. I don't know what relevance that will have. We have fateful encounters. This card says impossible to avoid, big impact on the future, questions your belief system, important life-altering event. And then this card says difficult differences, differences of opinions, ideas of love, differences in status, money, power, culture, one awake while the other one is asleep, etc. This is a brand new deck, by the way. I just got this. I've never used this before. All right, so let's get into things. So let's start here. Surrender to stubbornness. I feel like this is kind of like your default. It could be his default too, but obviously this reading's about you. I don't feel like you're not an easy nut to crack, for lack of better words. Like you're not somebody that's easy to figure out. And I feel, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, you have an ability to present yourself, or you cast a presentation of yourself in a way like you're a chameleon, like you have a way of presenting yourself um, in a multitude of ways. I feel like you have one specific way that you present yourself that's your default, but in certain environments you can shift and you're kind of used to that. But very few people really understand you. I feel like very few people really have ever experienced the depth of who you are. And to be honest with you, I don't feel like you've really, like, I don't feel like you've opened yourself up to experience that. And not because you haven't wanted to, I just feel like there's a part of you that hasn't felt like you've ever found anybody that was capable of it. So it's not as out of lack of desire or that you were necessarily or intentionally trying to avoid it, but more that you were just kind of like, hey, like, yeah, I'm me, like I'm me, I'm weird, I have my things, and I'm a complicated, like most people. You take a key, you put it in the keyhole, you turn the key, it unlocks the door. Whereas you're more like in a Rubik's Cube. Like you gotta fucking pick the thing up, and then you gotta twist it around, you gotta match the colors, and like you're in a Rubik's Cube. And until that a Rubik's Cube is aligned and completely, like all that thing is like completely calibrated, I guess, or aligned, where all the colors are matching and it's all completed, right? Like then it's like you don't pass go, you don't collect $200, and nobody really gets deep enough inside of you to experience the you that you really are. And that's been kind of a blessing and a curse for you. I feel like on one hand, it's you've done really well in relating to people who, who've struggled with feeling kind of like an outcast or a misfit, or people who are kind of, out on the fringe, or just like whatever words you want to use. So on one hand, it's like the people that know you, or that you've surrounded yourself, that you've got to know, you've done really well, because you've been a strong force of understanding and validation for them. Like you have that gift. Like you can make people that are in certain groups feel very understood, and they actually like the fact that you have such a powerful presence. You know, because there's some part of you that you're meant, like you're kind of a leader in a way, and maybe not in the way that most people think of a leader, but you have that gift, at least, whether or not you use it, whether you cultivate it, you have that gift. So back to the surrender stubbornness here. Why am I starting here? Because what's important for you to understand about the situation between you and Samuel isn't so much about Samuel as much as it is you understanding what you need to know about yourself. Because if there's anything between you and him that is meaningful, it's not going to be based on him. It's going to be based on you, because the relationship, or the potential of a relationship, or the potential of interest, or however that develops with you, is going to be solely dependent upon the you that you bring into the relationship. So it can only be as good or as healthy as the you that you bring into the relationship with him. And it doesn't matter what he does or what he doesn't do. And I mean, when I say it doesn't matter, I'm not saying that it literally doesn't matter. I mean, obviously, if somebody is like raping you, abusing you, and toxic as fuck, then obviously, yes, that matters. That's not what I mean. I mean, it doesn't matter in the sense of the question being, the concern being on so much of where he is and what he thinks and what he feels, which I can tell you he has interest in you, because you have the Knight of Cups here and the Ace of Cups here. So this dude has interest in you. But we have the Seven of Swords here, which is he's not showing you, he's not showing you any of this. Like All right, check. Is it working now? Am I back? Obviously, my microphone died. Can you guys hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me now. Okay, I'm good. All right. So I've never used these before, so I don't know how long they're supposed to last. But thank God it came with 2. So, all right, put that one on the charger. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Here, we're back. Okay, so what I was saying is, I don't know where it cut out, but this out of sync energy and this differences card with the 7 of Swords has to do with things that you're telling yourself that aren't true. There's a story, there's narratives, there's things that you're telling yourself, the things that are running through your head that aren't true. And so there's this part of you that could be unconsciously trying to talk you out of it, or just questioning things, or you just, you're uncomfortable in the mystery of not knowing what this guy's thinking. And because you want certainty about knowing how this guy feels about you, your mind's spinning. So you're like, oh my God, I don't know what he's thinking. So my brain is going to fill in all the stories. And so, that can be difficult to sit with when you're not certain about what this guy's intentions are. It leaves this gap, it leaves this opening. And so then your mind wants to come in and fill the gap. It wants to create a story, wants to create meaning, so you can have certainty, like, oh my God, now I do know how he feels. And maybe he's thinking this, maybe he's thinking that, maybe he's gay because, I've expressed interest and he's not responding. Like, these 2 cards, the out of sync and the differences card, the difficult differences here, I'm getting a strong energy of your mind is creating stories that aren't necessarily true. So all these other cards, and I don't know, again, I don't remember where my microphone cut out, but all these other cards, what we have are all the underlying issues of what's really going on, which is self-worth. We have patience, we have codependency, we have commitment, we have open up, we have self-love. These are all the things that have happened, that have occurred, that potentially both of you have experienced in your own situation that would affect the future potential of this relationship. So the unexpressed parts of you, Gothic Empress, have to do with your own self-image. So there's issues here that the divine wants you to be aware of regarding your self-worth. And then we have patience. Now, fire signs are, in my opinion, I'm not saying all fire signs, but you're air and he's fire. So out of the 4 elements, I think air and fire are probably the least patient out of the 4. I mean, that's subjective. I could be wrong, but specifically for you, I feel like you're not very patient when there's something that you want and you want it now. We have codependency. Now, this isn't necessarily meaning codependency literally. This card really just more represents like attachment style. So if you know what your attachment style is, then obviously you know what that is. So I'm not here to, that's for you to know, like, obviously. But it's important for you to know what it is, because it's going to affect your relationship. Because if you're typically anxious, he might be fearful. And if you're fearful, he might be the anxious one. So it's just something to be aware of here because it's in play. This codependency energy is out here for a reason. Commitment. Now, here's where there's a third energy attached to the Seven of Swords for you that's attached to this commitment and this codependency. This is where things start to get a little bit weird. A part of you wants commitment and a part of you doesn't, whether you realize that or not. There's a part of you that wants commitment. There's a part of you that's scared shitless of commitment. And that's going to be a potential challenge for you, not just with this person, but potentially just in relationships in general. And then we have open up and we have self-love. And so this is where the mirroring starts to come in. So he's met somebody, he's met his match and you've met your match. And so you're both kind of waiting for the other person to do the thing that you want the other person to do, if that makes sense. He's waiting for you to open up so that he can gauge your level of interest, but you're waiting on him to open up so you can gauge his level of interest. So you're both kind of like feeling each other out to see whose level of interest is where and what, so you can kind of gauge what you should or shouldn't do, how you should move forward, how you shouldn't move forward. So you're both kind of drawn to each other, but you're both kind of playing it safe. And it's kind of like this unconscious, like, chess game. And it's not necessarily like a game like you're intentionally trying to play a game with this person. It's more of just the fact that, you know, you don't want to dive into something with somebody where there's a great deal of uncertainty without knowing, okay, does this person feel the same way that I feel? And so that uncertainty that's preventing you from opening up fully is obviously tied to your current perception of yourself, and your current perception of yourself is tied to the way that you've defined yourself based on your self-worth, your self-love. And the same thing goes with him. Why does all of this matter to you? And how does it tie back to your first card, which is stubbornness? Well, the reason that you're being stubborn isn't because you're stubborn. It's not because you're trying to be hard or tough or even gothic or even hardcore or whatever words you want to use. You're not trying to be a bitch. You're not trying to be difficult. You're not trying to be any of those things. What you really want is you just want to feel safe, seen, heard, and understood, which is very difficult because you're not a normal, like you don't fit the normal mold of the normal type of person. So when you finally come across somebody or you encounter somebody where you feel aligned with, who gets you, you feel like somebody who naturally gets you, by the way. This isn't like somebody who's trying to blow smoke up your ass, lick your butthole, pretend, you know, pacify you. Like, this is natural. That's why you have this card, Fateful Encounter here. It's natural. That's the energy of that card is saying. It's a natural connection. Like, you and this person naturally vibe together. You're being yourself to some extent. He's being himself to some extent, and you just naturally get each other, and you sense it. That's what makes the connection feel real and authentic and different to you. That's why you're interested in this dude. You're interested in him because you feel the difference, and that difference is the I get you factor. And you know the difference between a sincere energy of somebody who really gets you versus somebody who's fake or pretending or trying too hard or whatever, however you want to define it. So, and he feels that way about you as well. He senses that about you. And so he's like, well, damn, I found the Gothic princess, empress, and princess. Freudian slip to the same thing. So he's over there like, okay, I see you and I raise you one. Like, he's like, damn, you know, all right, finally met a match here. We got something going. So the reality is you guys are mirroring each other. And I feel that the reason that you guys are meeting each other is for that reason. You're mirroring each other because you're meant to help each other see things about one another that you're meant to learn and grow from. It's mirroring. You're just mirroring each other. So let me take a look and see, what is this like? Where does this all? What is the culmination of this? So to answer your first question, or whatever question, he's got romantic interest. So if we're going to tell on him, we're going to expose the truth. The truth is he's got romantic interest in you. Even if he's not showing it, it's there. Knight of Cups, Ace of Cups. So he's into you. All right, we have celebration here. So this is more of a casual energy. It's like he's just kind of like a Page of Wands energy, like just wanting to kind of feel it out and see what happens here. The unknown card is here. So that tells me that it's undefined. The sixth sense here, the sixth sense here is about, there's two energies attached. There's the intuitive connection that I've mentioned to you already that you feel with him. But then there's another energy which is saying, hey, you're going to have to trust yourself on this one. All right, next energy, we have the shadow self. This is like the devil card, which is tied to the codependency, which is the attachment. So you're just going to have to go into this understanding that you both have attachment wounds, and that doesn't mean that the relationship is damned. It just means that you just have to go into it understanding that there you have it. Those attachment wounds are going to be there, and eventually those attachment wounds are going to show up. It doesn't doom the relationship. It just means that there's challenges that are going to be present, and you just have to be aware of the reality, knowing that those challenges are going to show up. And if you prepare for those challenges, knowing that they're going to show up, then it's like you get a warning before the storm comes, right? Like, you know, the hurricane is coming and you have 3 days to get your shit figured out. You know, pack up your stuff, board up your house, evacuate if you're going to evacuate, whatever you're going to do. That's what this is saying. This is like saying, hey, you know, this could turn into something with this guy, but if it does, there's going to be some attachment shift that starts to show up. So you need to account for that. You need to plan for that. You need to have a plan ready. It's like, oh shit, we're starting to get into a pattern here, right? And then we have this card, which is very powerful. We have the calling. And at the bottom of the deck, unfortunately, you have lessons. Unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately. Now, I don't say that to scare you. I don't say that to poop on your reading. Because lessons doesn't mean bad. It doesn't mean wrong. It doesn't mean that it's doomed. It just means that you're meeting this person. You're both meeting each other to learn something from each other. And I can tell you, based on the energy of what's here, you're both meant to mirror things back to each other, which the intention of is to help you guys grow and evolve beyond the version of yourself that you've been, which is the calling. And if you guys can do that and achieve that together without destroying each other, which very few people can do, by the way, then you can get to this. And the calling, tied with the unknown here, is the ability to create something lasting and something beautiful and something even beyond yourselves. Because most people, that's where they stop. Most people, they meet, they hook up, they start a relationship, and that's it. That's the end. It's over. All right, cool. We're done. We achieved what we set out to accomplish. We're a relationship. We're a couple now. We're together now. And now we just, you know, live together, hang out together, have sex, and just go to work and come home and do the same thing the same way. And just, you know, like, And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that if that's what you want, but I'm saying that if you really, 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 really want to go beyond the matrix and the same cookie cutter bullshit that everyone does, there's an opportunity here for you guys to learn, to grow, to learn your lessons, and uh, to go even beyond that. And you guys have a purpose together, a mission, meaning you guys could actually do something together with your life that's meaningful, whether that's start a business, whether it's helping other people, something. You're meant to do something together. So part of your soul contract, again, depending on what you believe, part of the contract of you meeting with this person potentially involves you guys making a decision. If you guys can get there and you can grow there together, would lead to something greater beyond your relationship, even like a vision, a goal, a purpose, a call, something incredible, something something that helps the collective, something that helps people. It could grow into that. So I would, if I were you, if I had to kind of take all of this and kind of like categorize it into 3 phases or 3 different possibilities. The first phase is kind of like the unknown. It's like, okay, you meet this person or you know of this person, and if you guys can get past phase 1, which is meeting each other, all the beginning shit, like getting to know each other, meeting each other, learning about each other, and you can overcome all of that. You get to know each other, you develop a connection with each other, and it turns into a serious relationship. If all of that can happen, then you would move to phase 2. Phase 2, now you're in the weeds. This is where the good, the bad, and the ugly and all that comes out. You spent time with this person, you're potentially living with this person, and if you're not living with them, like literally, then you're spending enough time with them where you're basically living with them. You've slept with this person, you've fought with this person, you've argued with this person, like you've seen all the things. You're not in fairy tale infatuation fantasy land anymore. You've popped that bubble, you've seen the things, you've done the things, you've fought, you've done all the things. You have some time and energy invested in the relationship, and you're a thing. If you can survive phase 2 and learn the lessons that come out, because that's the most difficult phase, is phase 2 is the most difficult phase. When you've actually are together with this person, you've actually formed a committed bond, you're actually emotionally invested, you've been vulnerable, you've opened up to some degree, some capacity, and now you have the potential of getting hurt, because that's what emotional investment is. You've invested in somebody to where you've allowed enough connection to occur to where now you know that if something were to happen in this connection, it's going to hurt. Like your heart can get broken, right? So, there's risk involved at phase 2. And so if you can get past phase 2, you can overcome the obstacles, the challenges, and the attachment stuff, and whatever arises, whatever challenges come of you reaching phase 2s with this person, because they're going to come out. When you choose a person, you choose a set of problems. That's every relationship. Every relationship is when you choose a person, you choose a set of problems. The question is, what set of problems can you comfortably tolerate? So if you can deal with that in phase 2, then you'll move to phase 3. Phase 3 is the calling. Phase 3 is, we've gone through the shit, we've gone through the wars, we've seen each other's good, bad, and ugly, we've walked through each other in our darkness together, we've had conflict, we've done the things, and we surpassed even those challenges. And we moved into a very, very, very rare phase 3, where we now see what our power is. And we've embraced the mirror that we've held up to each other. So, what about your connection with Samuel? Well, I would say it is a fateful encounter. You did have the Wheel of Fortune did come out earlier when I was looking at the 7 of Swords, I think. Um, I think it was one of the first cards that came out. So this is definitely, I mean, this is like a vertex relationship, probably. I don't know if you're on the pattern app. I don't know how much you know about your astrology. Doesn't mean you have to have a vertex connection. There's lots of soulmate, fated type placements in astrology that can indicate a fated connection. I find that the vertex is pretty intense in my experience. Obviously, you have the south node. That can be one. And there's a whole bunch, but I definitely feel like this is the potential. That's all I can tell you. I'm not a psychic. I can't tell you the future. I can only tell you what the cards are telling me and the energy attached to it. So there's potential here. This guy's got feelings and emotions for you. He's hiding it, but you're hiding some shit too. And I think that right now your biggest challenge is dealing with the uncertainty and the unknown right now. You don't like not knowing what's going on, what he's feeling. You know, he's holding his cards close to his chest, and you're holding your cards close to your chest. But I feel that when one of you decides to go first, and what I mean when I say go first, I mean one of you decides to kind of like open the door a little bit, open up a little bit, and start to reveal, the other person will respond. Because again, you're both gauging and waiting for the other person to reveal something so that you can make a decision about your involvement. So it's risk management. You're both managing risk at this moment. That's where you're at. You're trying to manage risk, and he's trying to manage risk. But there's this intense pull and this energy pulling you towards each other, and it's more than just chemistry, infatuation, and all this shit. You feel it. It's like a soul. It's like you feel it. You can feel that there's something deeper pulling you towards each other. And part of that energy is probably also unsettling because you can't control it. And so, you just have to stop being a fucking control freak. Unfortunately, that's what this is. Surrender to stubbornness means stop being a control freak. Because ultimately, love is risk, and you're not going to know what the reward is until you take the risk. Because all love is courage. Every act of love, every act of true love requires courage. Because you have to be vulnerable, and being vulnerable means you can get hurt. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants to get hurt. We all want to feel safe and secure and be able to predict that when we make an investment in something that it's not going to go bad. So, well, I would venture to say he's probably not the only control freak. And, at the end of the day, worst case scenario, things don't work out with Samuel, and then you come back and, you lose the gimp and you get with the pimp. Just going to put that out there. You lose the gimp and you get with the pimp. I'll be here. You know where to find me. You got my channel. You know where I'm at. You got my snap. Actually, I don't have a Snapchat. I hope that was helpful. I hope that something in this was beneficial and helpful for you. I appreciate your donation. Give it a try, Gothic Empress. Give it a try. Look, the worst thing that can happen is you learn a lot about yourself and you grow and you evolve, and then you put yourself back out there at some point, and then you'll find love. It's like The worst thing that can happen is you keep trying until you find the right fit. That's the worst thing that can happen. Actually, it's not the worst. The worst thing that can happen is that you just give up and you just stop trying altogether. That's the worst thing. The second to worst thing is that you try and eventually you fall in love with the person that finally can, it's your match. Diamond Girl. She's like, I went to sleep 5 hours ago, Eddie. But if Diamond, you're here. And if anybody would like to donate last minute, you can donate at 2:30 in the morning. Okay, great. So much for quick terrors, Eddie. I'm just going to stop saying that. From now on, I'm going to say I'm going to be on here for 10 hours. Come hell or high water, come work, come whatever the hell. Who needs sleep? Who needs to function? Not me. Oh, wait. Why did I put that back? You're welcome. Diamond. Okay, guess Diamond's not here. So who? Let's see who's next. Jean, are you next? And for those of you that haven't, I would greatly appreciate if you would take a moment while I have your attention to like and subscribe to the channel if you have found any value in your experience tonight. Okay, if Diamond isn't here, we have GHFGY. If not, we have Nicolette. If not, we have Alicia. If not, we have Amadikon. If not, we have Margaret. If not, we have Jean. Jean is here. If not, we have Andrea. She was here earlier. That is correct, Gina. I have been on 12 hours before. 12 something was my longest. Which is it's insane for me to think about. Nicolette, if you are here. They're like, Alicia, if you are here. They're like, man, it's Sunday night. I went to bed 5 hours ago. There's only a few left. Don't worry. Eddie lasts a long time later night. You got that right. This is my witching hour. My witching hour. Amadikon, if you are here. I don't think they're here. I see Jean, the Gothic Princess, me, Gina, and Curly. But it says there are 8 people that are watching. So the math isn't mathing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 participants, but 8 watchers. I don't understand the logic of YouTube. Yeah, that always happens, Gina. I've literally gotten off of this and had 45 minutes to work. Lots of lurkers. I know, lots of lurkers and no subscribers. What the hell? I'm just locked at 355 the rest of my life. I'll be super lucky if I ever get back to the 500 that I had before. Yeah, unfortunately, Trudy actually, she hurt her arm. She fell and she fucked up her arm. And she thought she was going to have surgery on it. Usually she's on like every other week, but she can't shuffle cards because her arm's all screwed up right now. So I know her 8,000 plus subscribers are chomping at the bit, missing out on their tarot addiction. Gene, may I ask what eyes, feelings, and intentions are towards me? Yes, you may. But first, what are these outdated beliefs about yourself, Gene, that you need to surrender to? Let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can then you can own your power and soar in your life. No further explanation needed. These are what I call accountability cards. Spirit addict. You use divination instead of your own free will. Make things happen. Don't just hope for miracles. I feel triggered right now. I feel triggered right now. So what if I use divination? All right. Let's see what we got here. I think you're pretty great too. So we have in separation with I. We have a small offering with I. Gluttonous gossip. Unable to control and has an overwhelming need to share false or misleading info. Overindulging and overindulging and overconsumption of personal narratives that may or may not be true. Interesting. All right. Yeah, okay. All right. Three of Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles. Five of Pentacles in reverse. Interesting. Shit. 10 of Wands. 7 of Wands. Okay. I don't know if this was, I picked it up off the floor in reverse, so I don't know if it's literally in reverse or not, but I picked it off the floor in reverse. I'm going to leave it upright, but I'm just mentioning it because, you know, the devil is in the details. Two of Swords in the Hangman. And I just want to know for my own, because I'm being nosy. What WTF? What the WTF is? Oh, you can't see that. Okay, I keep forgetting that this new desk is way smaller than my old setup. So I can't put as many cards out at one time. I just have to get used to that. Well, shit. Okay, you got soul contracts and you got awakening here. 2 more in a bottom. Okay, building. All right, there's that 3 of Pentacles energy. It makes sense. One more. Let me know, let me know, let me know. Okay, or it just gave me like 100. Okay, we have sickness at the bottom here. I don't think this is literal. I mean, it could be, but I'm just going to set that on top because I have nowhere else to put it for right now. And then we have regular contract. We have conquer, which is like the chariot energy. Then we have manifestation, magician energy. We have lessons, and then we have female. And for some reason, I don't think this female is you. I don't think this woman is you. So I'm going to set these off to the side. You can't see them, but they're off camera. I've got them here in case I need to refer back to it. Okay, so I feel like what's going on with him is the 5 of Pentacles in reverse has to do with him trying to get out of something that he feels stuck in. And it has nothing to do with you, but he's being affected by it right now, which is why the conquer energy is here. He's trying to get out of something. We have the 10 of Wands, so obviously he's feeling overwhelmed right now by whatever the situation is that he's trying to get out of. We get the 9 of Wands. You know, it's been taking a toll on him for a while. He's been affected by it. These cards, the awakening card has to do with where he's headed, along with the hangman. So, and these 2 cards, along with the lesson card, is what he's going through right now that has nothing to do with you. So really this reading has a lot more to do with experiences that he's going through in his personal life that don't have anything to do with you. And it makes sense to me now because when these cards came out up top, I was like, well, that, you know, I pulled this cards first and it didn't make sense to me. I was like, gossip, small offering and in separation. But I feel that this has to do with other things. The small offering does have to do with you. I feel like right now, because of what he's dealing with, the hangman and the 2 of swords, so the 2 of swords has to do with, he feels like he's trying to figure out he feels stuck in a situation where he doesn't know, he's confused about something. So this 2 of swords has more to do with confusion, lack of direction, lack of truth, lack of him knowing what really what the right thing is to do. And there's also an element of a 5 of swords attached to this. I'm getting an energy of a 5 of swords here where he feels like he's been wronged by somebody. And he can't make sense of it. Like he doesn't understand. He's been hurt by it, but he doesn't understand, like there's a part of him that wants to know why. Why has this happened? Why did this person do this? Why did they treat me that way? Why did they say those things? All that kind of stuff is what I'm getting off of that card. And obviously we have the gossip card there too. And the in separation, this energy doesn't really feel so much as like, I mean, yeah, he might have had obviously a breakup or something happened to him maybe in the past. Obviously. But I feel like the energy this is really tied to more future tense, like, or not future tense, but present energy, is really just the fact that, you know, he feels like he's been fucked over and hurt, and he's in this guarded energy with the Seven of Wands. And so the Knight of Pentacles here is he's being extra cautious and extra slow. And these cards have to do with you. So the Knight of Pentacles and the Three of Pentacles is, so in the building here. So we get Conqueror, building, soul contracts, Knight of Pentacles, Three of Pentacles. All of those energies are tied. And then we have the manifestation, which was the Magician energy here. Let's not forget that. Those energies are all attached to what he's desiring with you. So he's moving towards you, and he wants to build something with you. But the problem that he has, and the reason he's not really offering more, because the small offering is basically just the energy of what he has to give you right now. Not because he technically couldn't get more, but because he's going through this right now. The awakening and the hangman energy. Because he hasn't resolved whatever happened to him in the past. Because he's still trying to make sense of it. Now he's coming out of it, because the Five of Pentacles is him coming out of this kind of like, woe is me, I've been hurt, victim mentality, like, and I don't say that in a mean way, like he's being a victim, but it's just him coming out of that hurt, depressed, or angry, or whatever energy that he was in when he went through this shit. He's coming out of that, which is why the sickness energy is here. But we have the lessons card, which tells me that he has not learned, he hasn't integrated and learned what the lesson is yet. That's why he's in the hangman. He's in the hangman with the awakening energy because he hasn't learned what that lesson is. And so I feel, I mean, I could guess intuitively what the lesson probably is, which is obviously, that when you get hurt by people, you have to learn and grow from the hurt and the pain, instead of allowing the hurt and the pain to shape who it is that you become, because it's going to go one way or the other. Most people, either their pain and suffering, the things that we don't want to happen to us, the hurt, the pain, the betrayal, whatever. Like, most people, when they start off at their baseline, things, they're innocent. They haven't had any trauma yet. Then something happens to them. They have the traumatic experience. Then one of two things happens. That person either makes an empowering decision or they make a disempowering decision. And if they make a disempowering decision, that usually means that they allow the trauma to shape who it is that they become. And if that happens, that's when the person that was once the abused now becomes the abuser, right? The person that was hurt now becomes the person that is doing the harming, or where we get the saying, hurt people hurt people. And so he's not that, but he's wrestling with the pain of what's happened to him. And so he's kind of at this decision point with the Two of Swords, two truths. And he's going to have to choose what truth that becomes his new truth. You know, the meaning, if you will, that he attaches to the experience that he's had. That's where he's at. So he's either going to probably conclude, based on his hurtful experiences, that he can't trust, women suck, he should be hyper independent, he should never open his heart up again, maybe he should just, you know, become a fuck boy, like all those types of things. Like he's going to have to like figure out, okay, do I want to reject love altogether, or do I want to become a player, or like what, how am I going to let this affect me? Or the second option is, okay, I'm not going to let this turn me into, you know, I'm not going to let this hurt me and hurt my character. I'm not going to lower the standard of who I am based on this hurtful experience. I'm going to stay true to myself. I'm going to learn and I'm going to grow from this. I'm going to heal, and I'm going to come back a better person. You know, he's not going to give up. In other words, he's not going to give up on love. He's not going to give up hope. So I feel that's kind of the realm that he's in the Hangman. He's trying to make sense of things and figure out, like, you know, he's trying to figure out who he's becoming as a result of what he's experienced, and he's wrestling with the hurt that past love has caused him. And so he hasn't figured that out yet. He hasn't reconciled that pain yet. And so right now, or I should say until he does, right now he's playing small, and he can only offer small. So all that to say, long answer to a short question, Gene, does he have feelings for you? Yes, he does. But I feel like right now, most of what he feels and how and where he's at because of what he's been through is right now it's more smaller than not. He's moving very slow, but he's, you know, it's like he's there, he's in it. But for you, I think it's just going to take patience. Like if you want to see what can happen with this guy, you'll probably have to be patient with him. But I can, let me grab this other deck real quick. I can see if that's true. Let's ask, is it true? What should Jean do? How should she handle this with him? What's in her highest good? Since we know you can't control what he does or doesn't do. Okay, so we have the Ace of Cups. So it's saying, yeah, you know, you can offer, you can be open emotionally. We get the Six of Wands. Now this is saying not to lose yourself, like stay in your power. The Six of Wands is saying stay in your power. You can be open emotionally with him. The opportunity is here. Six of Wands is you staying in your power. And then, yeah, the Queen of Cups. So, and then the Seven of Pentacles. So there's the patience that I was looking for. I thought the Temperance card was going to come out, but the Seven of Pentacles came out instead. So Queen of Cups, the divine is saying, you know, stay emotionally open, stay nurturing, stay in your feminine, your feminine energy and sensitivity towards him, stay emotionally receptive towards him, stay in your power. And then the Seven of Pentacles here is saying, yeah, it's worth the investment. So there is value here. It's worth the investment. It's just like a crop, you have to cultivate it in order for it to grow, and that takes time. So there is an opportunity here for this to grow into a deeper connection. And then we have that soul contracts card here, which, you know, it's just laying on the table the whole time. So I just figured it was one of those energies that goes without saying. But yeah, you have a connection with him, but I don't think that he's because he's been focused on his pain and what's happened to him. His attention and his awareness has not been shifted to connecting enough emotionally with you yet for him to realize that there is a soul contract here. But I feel like in time, as he moves, as you guys, if things unfold, and he begins, the more that he gets out of his, he heals from this old energy, and the more emotionally invested that he could potentially become with you, then he would become aware, because again, with the awakening and the hangman energy, he'll become aware of what he now has in front of him. And oftentimes that this is what happens, because we can't always control when we meet somebody. And so it's like, sometimes we meet people in life at a time when we don't feel ready. And then we don't see what's in front of us because we're still dealing with some shit. And then we stick through it and we come out the other side. And then, oh my gosh, now I realize this person who was here the whole time, I see it now. So I think that it's just delayed. I think that if you stick it out, if you choose to, I don't know what you'll do, obviously, but if you choose to stick it out, I think that there's an opportunity here for what right now feels a little more casual, maybe with the Three of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. It'll start to turn into this Ace of Cups energy. In other words, he'll start to realize the emotional connection, and it'll actually be more meaningful because you will have been the person that was there for him when he was going through a very difficult time, which is something that he'll never forget. He'll always remember, she was there for me when nobody else was. She was there for me when I was down and out. She was there for me when I was hurting, when I was lost, when I was confused. She was there for me when I doubted love, all those things. So I think that he does have feelings for you. I think the feelings that he has for you are being clouded and overshadowed by the healing and confusion of the things that he needs to work through, if that makes sense. That's probably it's probably not a great way for me to say it. I feel like I'm all a jumbled clusterfuck tonight when it comes to my speaking. Like all night, I feel like cats had my tongue. Where usually I sit down and shit's just flowing out of me like water. But for whatever reason tonight, it's just there's a I don't know how to describe it. There's a very, it's just an intense energy of something. And it could be just me. I don't know. It could just be me. Maybe I got on tonight and maybe I shouldn't have. I don't know. Maybe it was one of those nights it's like, maybe I should have got on. But I felt like I needed to, so I did. I don't regret it, but anyways, Andrea, if you are here, you may ask your question now. So we are now approaching the end of the witching hours. When poop flows out of you like water. Yeah, exactly. AKA the ass piss, as they used to call it. That's kinky. You felt me coming? That's what she said. Ditto. Psh. Had to throw that in there. Andrea, Curly, is Curly here? Who's still here? If you are still in the chat and you've been here for a while, I know Curly's been here for a while. I don't think any of those other people are here. I think it's just Curly, right? Aquaman. Who's still here? If nobody's still here, then I'm peacing out because it's 3 o'clock. Curly's here. Okay, I knew Curly was probably still here. That's true. That could result in a baby. But at least the process can be fun to make. Salama? Okay. I was wondering if Spirit or my guides have any current, and then the suspense. Does Spirit or my guides have any current messages in my love life? I'm still single. Okay. What's coming towards Curly in love and romance? Before we do that, you get one of these. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. Up in the air. You can't seem to finish what you've started. Do one tiny thing. Okay, well, I don't know what that means. I'm just going to leave that up there for you. Maybe it'll tie into something else. Surrender fear and surrender to play. Let go of the fearful stories you were telling yourself, probably about love. Stay in the moment, focus on solutions, and celebrate every baby step forward. Surrender to play. Take a break from overthinking. So 2 cards here basically implying that you're doing a lot of overthinking. You're letting your mind and your ego get you all tied up in a knot, in a mess. All right. So take a break from your overthinking, from overthinking a goal. Do something fun. Play is a time of recreation and rejuvenation. So yeah, so basically what happens whenever we distract ourselves from the thing that we've been obsessing about, it opens up opportunities because we've channeled that energy away from the thing that we're obsessing about. So the key to overthinking, because, you know, let's be honest, overthinking is it's like we all do it. And there's not really a magic pill to stop overthinking. You can suppress it, you can numb it. There's lots of things you can do. Like we can drink, you know, like there's all kinds of things that we can do that aren't necessarily good for us to try to get out of it. And obviously staying in it sucks because then we're suffering because all we can do is overthink. And then we just keep feeling like shit the more that we overthink, and nothing actually gets accomplished because we're just doing all the overthinking. So, redirecting that energy somewhere, even when your overthinking doesn't want to stop. You have to just do it. Force yourself to do it in order for it to have a positive effect. So you just have to force yourself to do the thing that's difficult for you to do in regards to overthinking. So you got to find something. Find something that you can focus your energy into that ideally would make you feel good. Whether it's a passion, whether it's a hobby, whether it's going out, just find something, and especially good for you if you can align it with your goal. So, you know, if, you know, your question is about love and all that, it's like, well, what's something you could do that would put you in a position to where you could meet somebody? Like, you know, could you go dancing even if you don't dance? It's like, all right, we'll just go out. You know, like, is there like, you know, you get on social media, if you're on social media and you go to events, a lot of times they have like a sip and paint, or there's a concert, or just anywhere that you could go and put yourself out to where, you know, the divine can work with you just by you putting yourself in places where you have an opportunity for the divine to set you up, like a divine setup, serendipity, right? As if you're just doing the same thing, going to the same places, it's going to be a lot harder, because the Amazon and UPS man or the mailman's probably not going to, you know, deliver that person to you. And, you know, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's probably not likely that the Amazon man or the delivery person is going to be your person. And if the person that you work with, the people you're around at work, depending on what you do, if you haven't met them there yet, you may not meet them there either. So, you know, putting yourself in places, even if it's not something you normally enjoy or normally do, you don't have to like it. It's just, it's not even about that. It's just you putting yourself somewhere where you might have a new experience, but it's more about the people that you would not normally encounter, right? So be open to that possibility. All right, so what's coming towards Curly and Love and Romance? Yeah, so see right now, the Four of Cups, everything that I just said just got backed up here. So right now, the divine can't give you any opportunities because you're this person sitting under the tree in the Four of Cups energy. And now we have destiny, fate, which is sideways, which is meaning that the wheel wants to turn, but it's not turning for you. And the reason that it's not turning for you, and there's your love right there at the bottom of the deck, you can't make that up. The reason that the wheel's not turning for you is because you're not participating in the things that you need to do to meet the person that the divine has for you. You have to get out from underneath the tree and put yourself in a position to get that opportunity. The divine has somebody that the divine wants to bring to you. And it's not a small deal, it's a big deal, because again, we have the Lover's card. So there's the divine, and then here's you and your person. And this is a major arcana. All three of these are major, by the way. The Chariot, that's a major. Wheel of Fortune, big deal, major. The Lovers, a major. And then underneath that, you have the Seven of Cups, which is basically saying there's all kinds of options out there. Technically, like, you're not exploring your options, is what the Seven of Cups is saying. You're not putting yourself in a position to where, because look, there's no, on the Four of Cups here, you have the hand coming out of the cloud with one cup. Now there's no hand in the clouds on the Seven of Cups, but it's still the same Seven of Cups in the clouds. So it's still the same thing. It's saying there's multiple options available to you, but you, with the Chariot card, you're going to have to take action and move towards it in order for the divine to meet you in the middle. And so the Wheel of Fortune in sideways is like you're in between. It's not fully upright, so it's not working in your favor, and it's not fully in reverse, which means that you're trying to work against it, which would be resistant. So it's saying you're open, but there's just inaction or procrastination. So the divine is saying, you know, you got to get in the game, because you can't win it if you're not in it. And that's really all that the divine is needing from you. Your reading isn't complex. It's not philosophical. It's not all this stuff. It's just very simple. Like, it's about procrastination, which is interesting because that's kind of what this card up here is implying. You can't seem to finish what you started. you know, and that could be a procrastination, that could be distraction, that could be ADHD. There could be lots of reasons, and I'm not saying any of this to judge you or any of that. I'm just, you know, I'm just saying that we all have our own challenges that we have to work through when it comes to something, especially when it comes to things that we want. And so the divine is here saying, I've got what you want, the lovers and the hand coming out of the cloud. I've got what you want, but I can't get it to you when you're not moving. Like it's like we're shutting down possibilities instead of creating opportunities. So what the divine wants from you when it comes to love is for you to put yourself in positions in whatever way that you're comfortable with, and that might require you to step out of your comfort zone a little bit here and there. Step out of your comfort zone, put yourself in a position to where new opportunities can find you, right? So what will happen if you start putting yourself, you start putting yourself out there, new opportunities, new things, all the things. Mix it up really good here. What will happen for you? All right. This is wild. So you get all your cards are majors, which indicates major changes. So give me two more. Well, there's your commitment card. Another major. You can't make this shit up, man. 4. Okay. And then, yeah. All right. So if you step out of your comfort zone and you put yourself out there, then you're going to start to see change. So the magician is you manifesting, it's creating, it's you taking control of your reality, acting in your power, using what you have, as all the, as the tarot readers like to say, the magician has all the tools and resources, and that's true. So you have everything that you need because you are the magician. You have access to create your own reality. And when you start to participate in the creation of your own reality, then you experience cause and effect. So justice is here saying, basically, you get out of it what you put into it, because that's what cause and effect is. Cause and effect is, the amount of something that I put into it is what I'm going to receive back. It's the return on your investment. So if you put a lot of effort into it, then you'll get a lot of results. If you put half-ass effort into it, then you'll get half-ass results. That's what the justice card is saying. So if you play full out and you maximize your effort, then you get to judgment, which is basically, the divine essentially hearing your request and seeing that you're taking this serious. And so the divine begins to intercede on your behalf. And there's another energy attached to this, by the way. There's something else that you don't see. Because when you start to step into this new energy, you're going to learn something about yourself that's going to give you a new level of confidence, and it's going to awaken something inside of you where you're going to go, wow, like I became a different person in this process. And so I got 2 gifts from this. I get I meet somebody that I can build a committed relationship with, but I also grew and became a new version of me because I overcame this, the Eight of Swords. And the Eight of Swords is the surrendering to fear, the stories, the mental crap, the overthinking. And so basically what the divine is saying is that you're going to overcome your addiction to overthinking. And overthinking actually is an addiction. It's just not one that you're going to be diagnosed with. But it doesn't mean that it's not an addiction. And most people are addicted to overthinking. The Hierophant is basically you saying yes. This is the yes card. This is the card saying there is a person out there, tied with the Three of Cups, by the way. So the Three of Cups and the Hierophant is saying yes, there's somebody that you'll meet. The Three of Cups is you meeting somebody, right? This is the celebration, you being united, coming together, finding someone, meeting someone. And then the Hierophant is the representation of you having a committed outcome. You finding someone that you can have a committed long-term relationship with. So, so yes, you have opportunities awaiting you if you're willing to go out and get them. And the thing that's holding you back is just your overthinking everything. Fear, overthinking, and that Four of Cups energy is somebody who just stays in their comfort zone. So you have to step out of your comfort zone, do some things that might feel uncomfortable, take some small risks, some small chances, put yourself out there, and stop overthinking. It's not going to change overnight. If you could flip a switch, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. But you got to start somewhere. And so this is where you start. And little by little, you start, what does the Bible say? Mustard seed of faith can move a mountain. That's all that the divine is asking for. The divine is just needing to see the initial effort. It's like, here's my mustard seed. Here's what I can give, what I can do. The divine is like, okay, just give me something to work with here. Put yourself out there, go somewhere, do something different, mix it up a little bit, just give me something to work with, and I will work with what you give me. So that's what this is really saying here. And if you do that, you definitely have somebody out here. And that was confirmed also with the Lovers card that was here a second ago. So nothing fancy, nothing wild, nothing crazy, nothing over the top, just very your reading and your the challenge, however you want to call it. It's just really just very simple. Just get out of your own way, get out of your overthinking, don't procrastinate, step out of your comfort zone a little bit, put yourself out there, and that will give the divine opportunities to meet you where you're at and meet you with what you're giving, and then hook you up with find yourself a good man. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that was helpful for you. And with that, I think that's everything. I think it's everyone. And I think now that it's almost 3:30, I think I'm going to go sleep. So if I did not get to you tonight, I do apologize. The next time that I come on, I'm going to maybe just the next few times, or maybe just moving forward. I don't know. I've really been thinking about how to come out here and maybe just maybe I just need to have two different types of readings. I might have a night for those people who like the deeper things, which is the way that I've always been doing it. And then maybe I'll do a different night where I don't do that. I just do just basic, just read what the card says and don't extrapolate, don't add anything, don't give any extra messages, just put cards down, interpret the cards, let the cards say what they need to say, go to the next person. Because I know that there's a very, I know that people, that's what they want. Like I'm not, like I'm not stupid to the fact that most people, they just want an answer, a quick reading, like just give me a reading, like, and I understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. And God knows my channel would probably grow if I did it that way. I'd probably have a lot more people that would be around because people want things fast and quick. And they don't want to sit around all night waiting for a reading. So I understand. I don't know. I got to figure it out. I got to figure out what I want to do. I mean, I'm passionate about this. I love doing it. I love coming out here and helping people. I just don't always feel like, I don't know. I don't know if it's beneficial or helping. And that's my overthinking. Like, I don't know. Does it matter? Is it helping? Is it not helping? I don't know. But I'm glad that I got to spend time with you guys tonight. And I'm definitely thankful for those of you who come and hang out and appreciate it, because I appreciate you. And I'm always championing and hoping that you guys are blessed and getting the things that you want and deserve and all the good things. But I appreciate you guys, and Gene, thank you as always for hanging out and to the ends, the depths of us. There's nobody, I don't know anybody else who would sit out here with me for hours and hours and hours and hours. It's extremely rare to find someone who ride the train for so long. But hopefully I can get my my shit together this year and figure out a way to do this more consistently and all the things. So anyway, enough for me. I've said enough tonight. I love you guys. Appreciate you. I hope you guys have an amazing weekend as we move into April. And hopefully I'll be back sooner than later as I figure out my what the hell I'm doing. But anyways, you guys have an amazing evening and a great start to your week. I love you guys, and I will see you very, very soon. Thank you so much. And